Hello. Hi. How's it going? Having a good night? I am. I'm in the place. You know the place. You can tell. You can tell by the sound. I was here last stream as well. Nobody noticed because it was a dot hack stream, but now that now that we're doing the real shits, you'd probably notice. Let me turn on the sounds. And we can keep going with episode 8. Last time we solved yet another game with the help of Bug. This one, you can see it over here in the start screen, the loading screen. And now we're gonna see what happens next. Whatever happens next after this silly game. Finish it. Congratulations! You are now graduated. Your reward is you get to make jokes that nobody understands. I hope you enjoy. For those who don't remember, the answer to last week's game was... And you get to go, oh, true. The answer to last week's game, Burns' game, was Badler, Kirie, and Rudolph. Those were the three culprits in Burns' game. Somebody! Is anyone there? Oni-chan! Ah! Hello, Mr. Taco. Anja flew out of the guest house, sobbing. Oh, and while the game was happening, Anja was having a bad time. She sneaked out the window, went around the house, was being guided by a cat creature, and ended up back in the house in a different place. I think it was the parlor. And no, it was the main hall actually. And then the lights turned on and there were a bunch of dead bodies there. Is there anyone still alive on this island? When you checked the cutscene room earlier, it had been completely empty. However, she remembered that she hadn't seen Badler, George, or Maria's bodies. But she didn't know whether this meant they were safe, or whether she was about to be reunited with them as corpses. Where are they? There! Answer me! She'd asked around for the rain. Where was she going? Nowhere in particular. The lost little sister dashed around in circles, searching for her brother, drenched with rain and all alone. Eventually, I thought I heard my brother's voice from beyond the bush. There's a strange loading circle thing on the stream? Really? I can't see it here. Let me load up the stream to see it. Oh. No, actually, I don't see it. What? What is it? I have the stream open and I don't see it. Ah, no, I don't see it. Are you sure? I sent to you. Let me see. That's the moon. I'm pretty sure that's the moon. Uh, Here, let me check. Or is it? No, it's not in the actual game. You're right, huh? What is this? Let me see if I can find what this is. Give me a second. Oh, I see what it is. What the? It's the... It's the follow notification that it broke? Did the thing break? How strange. I guess it broke. Well, I'll fix it later. For now, let's just remove it. There, you can't see it anymore. Okay. No, it wasn't just his voice. I heard George Onichan's and Marian Echan's voices too. Bring it back, let me test real quick. No. Okay, there it is. Wait, it's... Huh? It's not showing up anymore. The circle's gone. Okay. And yeah, it's working, so I don't know what it was doing. Well, it fixed itself. Thank you. And thank you for the follow, whoever that might have been. I called out at the top of my lungs, but they didn't answer. But it's okay now. They're right there. Just on the other side of the fence. I could even faintly see them through the fence. When I ran around the fence, I found myself standing in front of a shed or something. It must be a shed to store tools for your rose garden. The three of them were standing in front of the shed. Oni-chan! I cried out, but my voice didn't reach them. Even though I yelled so loudly. So it's Battler, George, and Maria, huh? Only those three? Something felt very wrong about all this. When people hear a voice, even when they pretend not to have heard it, their bodies tend to show some sign that they've noticed. However, there was no trace of that in the three of them. Even though I was screaming so loud, it truly wasn't reaching their ears. The instant I understood that, my dash towards them slowed and came to a halt. Though we appeared to be in the same world, we were actually in different worlds entirely. It was like seeing someone on TV. Or was it more like seeing a ghost? I could see them clearly, but as far as they were concerned, I didn't exist. After all, look. Even if I stand in front of them, their eyes can't see me. If I try and touch them, will I really be able to? If my hand just went right through. I was so scared of the hot thought that I could do nothing but stand there in shock. even though I was so close to them. Damn it! I don't have a clue anymore. No one must have snuck and run outside the island after all. And they're massacring the Ushinomiya family. No matter how we lock ourselves in, someone always gets killed. Ugh, it's the work of a witch after all. Everyone, calm down. Let's calm down and think. No one exists on this island except those with a direct relation to the Ushinomiya family. That doesn't make sense. After all, we just seen several murders that'd be impossible for any of us. Well, that's true. But is it really? Maybe we just missed something. Missed something? For example. That's right. Maybe someone was playing dead. Since we're the only ones on this island, the culprit must be one of us. It means someone we thought was dead was actually faking. But Aniki, that's impossible. Every one of the corpses was checked by someone. There's no way any of them were faking. I don't want to think about it. But what if those corpse inspections were also faked? Oh? It could have gone like this. There were multiple culprits from the start. Then, one plays dead, and the other lies and confirms that the first culprit died. Then, the culprit who played dead keeps on committing crimes, creating the illusion that some stranger has knocked onto the islands. Do you still suspect someone in the Ushinomiya family of being the culprit? Dr. Nanjo was killed. So it's probably safe to say that he isn't. And we can consider the examinations performed by a doctor like him to be most reliable. If so, and it's fair to say that the people whose dead Nani checked were almost certainly dead. Who did Nanjo check? Genji's corpse. Kraus and Natsui's corpses. Shannon's corpse. Goda and Komasawa's corpses. Huh. This is starting to sound a little bit familiar. I mean, they're all alive here. The profiles do not acknowledge what's going on right now. Can you turn up the mic a wee little bit? No. I turned it up. Is that better? I should probably keep talking so you can tell me more concretely. Oh, she's jumping because she thinks it's wrong. She wants more. Think back to the beginning in the bodies in the dining hall. Of those 6 victims, Dr. Nanjo only inspected Genji-san. Didn't the rest of us check the others? Yes, but Dr. Nanjo didn't actually inspect it himself. What are you talking about? How the hell could our parents have survived after being killed like that? Battler? Battler, you're sounding awfully defensive right now. What's going on, man? Anyway, what do you think you're saying, George Aniki? Wouldn't that mean one of our parents is the culprit? No, you're not playing the part of George. What if Maria was thinking all this, but she didn't want to say it because she liked people getting killed? That's insane. They were killed right at the beginning, and so many of them. How can you accuse our parents of being killers after all that? I won't let anyone, not even you, suspect and slander our parents after they've been killed like that. Sorry. I know my mama was really dead. See, she loves it. She's so happy about it. So, does that mean George and Ethan's parents or Badler's parents were the culprits? Let's stop this, Maria-chan. I must have lost it a bit back then. George and Ethan wouldn't kill Shannon. That's enough. None of us would kill members of our family, right? We're all trying to find the guy who did this. So I don't think George and Ethan would lie and say his parents were dead. Not if they were really alive. There's no way George and Ethan would help out in a crime if Shannon was going to be killed. Calmly, as though answering a quiz or a riddle, Maya spoke to George. See, she's got it. She figured it out. She just didn't want to say anything. Then, with a blank look on her face, she turned to Badler and spoke. Badler, you saw your dad's and mom's corpses, right? Yeah, I saw them. We all saw them, right? Those pitiful bloodstains. I think you're lying. Huh? Where the hell did that come from? Now, if you excuse me, I got an important meeting coming up. I must leave. I cannot keep talking to you, Maria. Because that way, it all makes sense. Back in the dining hall, Nadler's parents weren't dead. One of them killed on Natsuki and Uncle Kraus, locked the door from the inside, and waited in that. The other one took over the murders after that. To break open the closed room of the guest house, they needed to have an accomplice inside. That was Badger. That explains everything. Enough! Stop it, Badler-kun. You too, Maria-chan. Finally, all the pieces fit together in the wolves and sheep puzzle in my head. The culprits are Badler's family. Ugh. Am I right? What are you talking about? Correct. The voice came from behind Anje. She spun around, surprised. There, covered in blood, yet wearing cheery expressions, were Rudolph and Kitty. Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kitty, I'm so glad you're safe. They're saying that much. George realized what his words meant, and his face twisted into an expression of shock and horror. Better get those kicks ready, George. Better get those kicks ready. Maria wasn't surprised. However, she showed no joy at having her answer proved correct. I like this. Like, Maria was like, yeah, I solved the case. I didn't say anything because I'm a 9-year-old girl. What am I gonna do about it? Get killed? Yeah. Great. And that's for Radler. Anjay saw it. That terrible expression. One that she would never forget as long as she lived. It was a demon smile. Ah, Bug, remember when I said that episode 7? Hello, Fire Mountain, that's right. Remember when I said that episode 7 might not be the last episode you need to play Golden Fantasia because there might be another character? This is the character that I was thinking about. Though, in the later versions of this game, not in this one, there's a specific CG for this scene. And you have Well, yeah, Battler doing this evil grin, and they refer to this culprit Battler as Black Battler, and I'm pretty sure he's in the game. A hideous demon that she'd never see again twisted its face in a foul grin, and the truly horrible thing was that she saw it on her brother's face. Rudolph and Kidia lifted up the guns they had been holding behind them. The barrels pointed at the foreheads of George, who staggered backwards, and Maria, who grinned as though she was beyond caring what happened. Man, she's so fucking cool. I really like that in the fiction of this game, the person who solves the mystery is Maria. And isn't she the first character ever to actually solve it within the game? Usually the pieces just die before anybody can solve it. No, that's not true. Battler's piece solves it in episode 3. I forgot. And then he gets killed by Eva. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Battler's piece solves it in episode 3. And I guess Will solves it in episode 7, but I mean, that one doesn't count. He's like worse than a regular battler. Well, yeah, he's the worst battler. The best battler being Will. I don't know, I haven't played Will Defense. Is Will better than regular battler? Because that would be awesome. Like, just going full in on the idea that Will is the best battler. Do you own it? I don't remember if I own it. I don't think so. There was a flash of lightning and a crack of thunder. I haven't dared to take the plunge in because I fear it's not gonna run. It might run, cause what's the name of Guilty or XX? Plus R. It's Plus R. I remember. Plus R does work, so there is hope. There was a flash of lightning and a crack of thunder. Nothing more could be heard. Then, as George and Maria were snapped around by that roar, strings holding them were snipped. The two dolls fell into puddles with a splash and stopped moving. All of this occurred right in front of Anjay's eyes. Anjay, who stood stunned beside them, was invisible to their eyes. They guffawed, overcome with laughter. Then, right in front of Anjay, they started joking and complimenting each other on their kills so far. The three hideous faces, the face of her family, made Anjay want to cry and vomit at the same time. And she felt as though she would suffocate. Anjay dashed away, covering her mouth. She wanted to escape the disgusting laughter coming from her beloved family as soon as possible. Then, she slipped and fell face down in a puddle of mud. No! She didn't try to get up. In fact, he instead chose to cover her ears to block out the disgusting laughter that she could still hear. as she did, from the shadows of the fences and bushes in this inky black rose garden, several dark things slipped into sight. Anjay looked around in surprise, the eerie black shapes appearing from all over the garden, and slowly surrounding her. It was a crowd of people with goat heads. Their outfits were all different. Some wore suits, while others were dressed casually. However, all of them were covered with darkness, and all of them had goat heads. Anjay, bewildered, accidentally let her hands fall from her ears. By now, she couldn't hear that disgusting laughter. However, in their place, she could hear the words spoken by the goats. Idia and Rudolph are the culprits. Badler is the culprits. Badler is the culprits. Badler culprit theory. Badler's family culprit theory. As the goats continued to mumble in eerie voices, they surrounded Anjay and began to draw nearer. They all pressed around her, each of them naming Anjay's family as the culprits. At first, everyone joined in on the Eva culprit theory. The sole survivor from Okajima got almost all of the wealth by herself, so such a theory was only natural. Why was Shinomiya Eva the only one who escaped to Aloria? And why did she refuse to so stubbornly to talk about what happened afterward? It was decided that the Eva culprit theory fit all these facts. However, when Eva died of illness, and people learned that all the vast wealth she had created by unscrupulous means would go to Anjay, public opinion, or rather, the forgers, created and spread a new culprit theory. This was the Rudolph's family culprit theory. If it was normal for everyone to come to the family conference, why was Anjay the only one who didn't come this time? Did Rudolph's family have some reason for not bringing the young Anjay with them? They did take Badler, but he wasn't Kiria's son. So true. Then, when it was revealed in some magazines that Kiria's family had close ties to a massive gangster organization, all eyes suddenly gathered on Kiria herself. The truth of how Rudolph had made a killing, yeah, out of fraudulent business practices, was also laid there. And almost immediately, the couple became, though, as the most suspicious people on the islands. Hideyoshi and Eva's company might have been heavy-handed at times, but at least it had operated within the law. It was evil, but in a lawful way, so it's fine. However, the more Rudolph's company was investigated, the more dirt was dug up. Furthermore, testimony was dug up about various scandals involving party tickets from the time Rudolph and Kiria were students. And it was clear that they were far more suspicious than Eva's family. And so, in a flash, the Rudolph's family culprit theory expelled the other conspiracy theories, including the Eva culprit theory, and reigned as the greatest of them all. It wasn't really because it was more plausible than the Eva culprit theory. They had just gotten bored of the old theory and wanted a new sensation. I wonder how much of this is like meta. I know a lot of it is meta, like based on actual people in like the internet doing real theories. Or, you know, nowadays it's all about fucking Rosa, so I don't know why it's never mentioned here. Was it too late? Did Rosa happen after the story was over? Rosa is like the Sigma male of umineko theories. The most delusional of all theories, and yet so many people fervently believe in it. The goats seem to bend and undulate. The sky rapidly turned white, becoming a ceiling lit by fluorescent lamps. The goats had changed completely, becoming the shapes of girls wearing goat masks. All of the girls were wearing the same clothes. It was a uniform. The uniform of St. Lucia Academy. Did you hear? The real culprits were Rudolph and Kyrie. I heard. Yeah, I knew there was something suspicious about them leaving their kid behind. Didn't Ushinomiya say herself that she was poisoned to death? Isn't it obvious who was behind that? Must be nice for her. She has her whole family's riches all to herself, right? I always knew that Rudolph's family culprit theory was right. I always thought there was something wrong with Ushinomiya-san. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Man, if you truly believe this theory, would you be making fun of the daughter of a literal gangster? I would not. I would not. I would be super nice to her, because I wouldn't want her to kill me. Rudolph and Kitty are culprits. Isn't Nadler a culprit too? Rudolph's family culprit theory. Rudolph and Kitty are the killers. They tried to get the family wealth all to themselves, but Eva killed them back and they failed. But in the end, Ushinomiya Andrew gets everything anyway, doesn't she? Rudolph and Kitty are the culprits, of course. Rudolph's family culprit theory. Rudolph and Kitty and Badler are the culprits. Rudolph and Kitty and Badler are the culprits. The moral of the story is true crime. Yeah. Yeah. If you made Umineko today, there would be a part where they made a TV adaptation where Rudolph is made super sexy and relatable, and then the same company that made that show would also make a documentary version, so they can have it both ways. They're saying your family were the culprits, Ushinomiya-san. What do you think of that? Hey, what do you think? But in the end, you got all the family wealth to yourself, don't you? Even at the end, Ushinomiya Eva never told you anything, right? Yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't say Gideon. It has to be Rudolph. I always knew that girl was suspicious. This also explains why Eva hated you so much. Hey, say something. Tell us what you think. She really is a creepy kid, isn't she? Can't you at least tell us what you think of the theory, Creep? A blade of hair swept over me as I crouched down holding my head. I heard that punching noise. I don't know if you heard it. In a flash, the illusion of female students with goat heads that surrounded me shattered. I was curled up in a puddle in the rainy rose garden, surrounded by goats. But then, those goats were also sliced in half, and the upper halves slid to the side. It was like seeing a master swordsman slicing through a stick of bamboo. This way. The voice came from that black cat. The black cat with the bell that had guided me here. Incredible that it can talk. But that doesn't matter now. I dashed after it. The goat shrank back. A hole opened up in the encirclements. The black cat dashed through it. As I hurried through it, the goats began to chase after me. Countless heavy footsteps thundered behind us. Where are we running to, Mr. Cat? The cat ignored my stupid question. Where are we running to? It's obvious. As far away as we can make it. However, there was an unbelievable number of goats. It wasn't just a group chasing us. There were probably goats hiding throughout the rose garden. And everywhere we went, a group of them would appear and block our path. Each time we bumped into them, we ran down a different path in this maze of a rose garden. So I didn't even know which direction we were running anymore. Couldn't be. We aren't running around in circles inside a massive crowd of goats, are we? When we ran into the arbor once more, I learned that my fears were justified. The 4 paths that led from the arbor were all blocked by a crowd of goats. Of course, the path we had come down was also blocked by our pursuers. There was nowhere to go, and nowhere to return to. We were finally trapped. Mr. Cat, what should we do? We're surrounded. The black cat glared at the ghosts that surrounded us, standing on guard. It's over for us. That moment, I found myself floating in the air. A massive arm, large enough to crush my entire head, had grabbed my collar from behind. Before I could even think to cry out, I saw right in front of my face a pair of strangely glowing red eyes and a massive mouth with jagged teeth and a foul breath. The mouth opened wide, and as though it was a separate creature, a bizarre tongue stuck itself out. Then, backwards at me. Rudolph, Edie, and Badler with a poke. Rudolph and Edie had played dead, and Badler lied when he inspected them. Then, one of the parents carried out the murders up until the second twilight, and hid under the bed in Nazi's room. Badler killed Shannon, and then assisted in the murders in the guest room. The other parent carried out the guest house murders. This is the truth. Then that gaping, smelly mouth slowly began to close over Andre's head. Counter. It's possible to form a logical theory other than Rudolph's family culprit theory. A blue flash sliced up the top of the mouth that was trying to eat Anjay's head, sent it flying. It fell into a puddle, along with the goat that was still grasping my collar. So there was nothing left of it above its chin. Without any hesitation, the ghosts stretched out their thick arms, as though they'd been given a second chance to snatch this prey for themselves, and they rushed towards me. All of them spoke in unison. Anything besides the Riddle's family culprit theory would be... Oh, the way the L started dragged out there made me think, impossible? Are they going French here? But no, absolutely impossible. Impossible, like the guy from Final Fantasy X. It's possible to form a logical explanation other than the Riddle's family culprit theory. For example, a theory with George's family as the culprit is possible. A red flash and a blue line became blades of wind that passed over my head, doubly slicing the arms of the goat that tried to pick me up. I think the next goat dashed, not towards me, but towards the black cat that was protecting me from behind. I sat on my butt, staring up towards the rainy night sky. The massive goats were in the air right above me, fighting the black cats, or something. George's family culprit theory is impossible. George can't kill Shannon. So he can't be a culprit. He can't lie when checking corpses. No, it is possible. Culprits is defined as one who murders. No one ever said they had to murder a character who appears in the story. Damn, they got my ass. You're so right. In other words, if George committed murder outside the island, sometime before this crime, he would be a culprit without killing anyone on the island. And it would be possible for him to lie. The deep red curves fit into the goats. He killed George Tanaka. Its massive body was knocked into the air, became about 7 locks of flesh, and was thrown into the rose bushes. This time, the terrible force of the attack shocked the goats. He would do that, you know? He's the kind of guy that will, well, I need to steal my resolve. I need to show everybody that I'm ready to kill for real. And so I killed for real. No! Still needs to come. Well, it's easy. It's easy. I can just make the game go down, actually. There you go. The game go down a little bit. I can't make the mic go any more up, sadly. Or can I? No, I don't think I can. This is how it goes. That is okay. 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 This time, the terrible force of the attack shocked the goats. They faltered, shook, stepped back. Finally, I understood. That red's light. It had come from a weapon that could draw red slashes. No, it also drew blue slashes just a second ago. It was a massive scythe. that could speak both types of truth, red and blue, at will. I looked up at the sky, then let my head hang down backwards. Yes! There was no black cat there. It was a girl holding a large sigh. Oh, her. How's that? This level of reasoning is possible for Furudoerika. When the crowd of goats recognized the girl who called herself Erika, a stir passed through it. It was clear that this person had enough of a reputation to make them travelable. All of the goats started pogging when they saw who it was. Erika lifted me up, flew into the air, and landed on the top of the arbor. Then she let go of me and, still wheeling her side, made an elegant curtsy to the crowd of goats surrounding us. This is probably the first time most of you have met me. Allow me to introduce myself. Pleased to meet you, everyone. I'm Furudoerika, the detective. If you're one of those blockheads who can only think of the realist family culprit theory, stand down. If anyone thinks they can counter my arguments, please feel free. Of course, I won't be holding back either. The goats all howled at once. It seemed to be a cry of shock, a cry of fear, or possibly of awe. The goats surrounded the arbor, chattering, but not moving any closer. None of them had the courage to stand against this detective, this witch of truth called Furudoerika. Good grief. All those thousands, and this is the best you can do? None of you has the courage to fight Furudoerika in a battle of words? Too bad. Let's put an end to this. Then again, I, Furudoerika, don't have enough spare time to counter all of you blockheads one by one. I'll let her clean up the rest. You're up. When Erika cried out, red cracks opened in the dark sky. A web, huh? Okay. It looked like the spiderweb-shaped fissures that appear when a glass window had been struck hard. Or was it more like a blood-red spiderweb? A laugh rang out through the spiderweb-covered world. A witch's laugh. It sounded somehow familiar to Anjay. Spider-Man, yeah! And there, standing on the spiderweb and gazing down on the goats, who must have looked like trapped bugs, was the witch. You forget me? And you call him the ruler of Rokenjima? You forget me, and you think Rudolph is the culprit? It was the witch who had hidden inside of Eva. A witch of the future, who would one day call herself the Endless Witch after the catbox closed over this world. Who forgets Eva Beatrice and calls himself the murderer of Rokenjima? How impertinent. On this island, who lives and who dies is totally up to me. All the wealth and gold is mine. Everything about October 4th and 5th of 1986 is mine to do with as I please. It all belongs to me, Eva Beatrice. Eva swung her one-winged staff at the crowd of foolish goats beneath her, proclaiming their deaths. The ceiling of spiderwebs that covered the heavens plummeted, and more spiderwebs seeped out of the ground at the goat's feet. Then, the webs from above and below met, and thousands upon thousands of goats were caught in their grasp. Then, as Eva swung her staff, it swirls, around and around, like egg yolk being mixed in a bowl. Eventually, it was all packed into a massive, blood-red goo. The moans of ghosts drifted out from the inside. This is like seeing the villains of Season 1 and Season 2 come back. if you separate the arcs into seasons. The moans of ghosts drifted out from the inside. Well, I guess it would be Season 2 and Season 3. Because the villain of Season 1 is Battle. The entire crowd had been compressed into a meatball a few meters across. So, you morons doubt that I'm the culprit? Reaching the Eva culprit theory and giving up there is good enough for the likes of you. If only you just get crossed and disappear. Squelch. No other word could do that sound justice. After sucking in all of those goats, the spiderweb ball vanished into thin air with a squelch. After that, there wasn't even a trace left. The dark rose garden lay there without any sound but that of the falling rain. Eva drifted down from the sky. Your aunts will always be on your side, Anje-chan. I'll never let anyone insult your family. Aunt Eva. I knew I should be grateful. And yet, it really wasn't easy for me to believe that Aunt Eva was my ally. Eva realized that too. Don't worry. I'm not doing this because I want to be thanked. But I'll always be on your side. See you later. She giggled, spun around, and vanished. Now that she had already left, I started to regret not saying even a thank you. So, I figured I should at least thank the other person who had saved me. No, you're fine. You're good. Thanks for saving me. Who are you? I already knew her name, as I heard it several times. What I was really asking was why she had saved me. Jay, don't go near her. Oh, she got the circus music. I'm Furudo Erika, the detective. And I'm also a witch. Witch? A witch of truth. One who searches for the single truth. And so are you, right? Those 2 days, October 4th and 5th, 1986. I've been so desperate to know what happens that I took a step up the roof of that skyscraper, drifted through several witch games and fragment worlds, and abandoned myself to this long journey with no rewards. All I want is to know what happened that day. All I want is the single truth of that day. Searching for something like that is what makes you a witch of truth. So, you're just the same as me. That's why I came to save you. want to know just what happened on that day. No one will tell me. No one knows. But I know something happened that day. I'd give up anything to learn what that was. That's the one thing I need to know no matter what, even if it kills me. So tell me. You know, don't you? You know what happened on this island, right? Does a witch of truth expect to be given the truth? If I tell you that so-and-so, what's the truth? Would you really just accept whatever I said? No, I wouldn't. What did what did Paddler-san show you today? Today, Oni-chan showed me a bizarre Halloween party. It may have been heartwarming and a lot of fun, but... It may have been heartwarming and I had a lot of fun and it was awesome and great, but I hated it, okay? And it made me angry that I had fun and enjoyed myself. It definitely wasn't the truth. Didn't Paddler-san show you something and say it was the truth? It's not. That couldn't be the truth. Sometimes, other people will try to mislead us by claiming that they know the truth. But a real witch of truth must continue to pursue the single truth without being led astray. That's why you can't accept the fake truth that Paddler-san is trying to force on you. You care about finding the one real truth more than anything. Yeah. Oni-chan is trying to confuse me. I felt that this whole time. Even though he knows everything about what happened that day, he won't tell me anything at all. How is he any different from Anteba, who mocked me and refused to tell me anything, even until the very moment of her death? Why won't Oni-chan tell me? Why? Why won't he tell me? The dam inside my heart burst. Why won't Oni-chan tell me what really happens? Why? Why? I'm the only one who doesn't know. No one's telling me the truth. Tell me! Tell me what happened that day, Oni-chan. Oni-chan! I cried out at the rainy night sky. Hot tears poured from my eyes, but they were covered by the cold rain that beat against me. So no one other than me would know that they were tears. No one would know my pain and sadness. I'm always the only one alone. All alone. Someone! Tell me! Tell me what happened that day! No one can tell you. After all, you can only find that truth if you look for yourself. Where is the truth? How can I find it? Everyone's hiding it. They won't tell me. I'll find it myself. So please, just tell me where the truth is hidden. Very well. I can tell you. As that voice rang out, the world bent and swirled. After blinking several times, I realized that the world had become a sea of stars. No, it's not quite right. There are stars up there in the sky, but those lights below me aren't stars. They're light from building windows, street lights, car lights. I was floating in the dark sky, over a city lined with skyscrapers. I can't tell you what the truth is. However, if it's a question of how the truth can be reached, I can show you the way. I can't tell you what the truth is, even though I already did. You just didn't believe me. I guess that's what she means. She cannot tell her the truth because she didn't believe her. You. Various bad memories are jumping out at me from the back of my mind. That's right. I was chained in place in that strange theater and forced to watch a repulsive fragment where mom and dad committed murder, which couldn't possibly be true. I never said that was. Yes, you did. But I heard what you said with the red. I'll say it just for you. That this is all truth. You yelled out and interrupted, stopping me from saying anything. I was about to say that this is all true. Isn't necessarily so. This is some fucking Columbo shit right there. This is all the truth. Or not. You didn't let me put the question mark at the end of my statement. Just how far are you willing to go to mock me? As far as I want to. I mean, I apologize. But I did want to test you. Test me how? I wanted to see if you were ready to accept the truth, no matter what it may be. The truth can betray you sometimes. In fact, this is the truth, but I'm lying. Basically. In fact, there are times when it shows itself as the thing you desire least. That fragment I showed you was probably the worst one you could possibly imagine. However, if you lack the strength and the courage to withstand even something like that, then you aren't fit to reach the truth. I have no comeback. Finding the truth is my goal. I just want to know what happened on that island on that day. I don't like to think that I only want to hear what I want to hear. Am I really prepared to face the bloody, unbearable truth that probably awaits me? It seems like you're only willing to accept two truths. One being Eva did it, and the other one being Beatrice did it. So if it's not Eva and it's not Beatrice, they're lying to you. I don't know. She might go, maybe I believe it if somebody says a Rosa theory. Yeah. She'd go, okay. Not ideal, but you know. She's doing the Chinese heaven with the Rosa theory. She's like, no, it's fine. They didn't think it would be Rosa. If I find the truth, it'll mean having to look straight at my family's tragic final moments and accept them as they are. And if I do accept that, it means abandoning my fate, hope for a convenient miracle. The idea that one of them might have survived somehow, and might return even though 12 years have passed. I know a miracle like that would be completely ridiculous. But if I'm honest with myself, I have to admit that I've been comforted, not comforted, by that faint hope these past 12 years. You know, I honestly can see Anjay buying into Rosa Tris because it's like, yeah, I mean, I read the freaking Mariette Sorcer. I read all of those Maria journal. I can believe she was an evil motherfucker. It's not hard. I want to know the truth. But I want one of them to come back. Those two witches contradict each other. By learning the truth, I'll be forced to accept that no one's coming home. Oh yeah, she did say that, you're right. The truth is always cruel. I mean, yeah. But Anji's coping hard, and she's seeing everything from outside. So it's easy for her to make up that theory. She's like, well, if we just pretend that all of the stuff in the message bottles is fake and bullshit, Rosa Truce can totally work. At times, it can even cut down your hopes. Actually, no, never mind. Let me fix that thing I just said. Rosa Truce is a faulty theory. Rosa culprit theory is not. If you can't accept the theory that Rosa is the culprit, but it's not Beatrice, then yeah, that one works out. Most of the time, humans realize the cost of learning the truth. I simply wanted to see if you had the necessary resolve. I must choose between my two contradicting wishes. Will I find the truth and abandon my optimistic hope for my family's return? Or will I give up on the truth? And keep waiting for the family that will never really return for all eternity? Will I freeze up and let myself be fooled by the childish illusion my brother made for me? Tell me, Anji, are you truly determined to learn the truth? I am. And your resolve will not falter? It won't. It has never faltered, not even once. Chara's novel voice, I have never betrayed anyone in my life. After hearing my immediate reply, Berncastel stared at me. Are those expressionless eyes of hers measuring my resolve? Now that my brother is covering up the truth even after becoming the game master. Perhaps because he is the game master. The only thing I can rely on is in my search for the truth is a path that Berncastel can show me. Deep in your eyes. Oh, she's doing the face. You know that's never good. I see the glint of one who seeks the truth. Will you tell me? Will you show me the way that leads to the truth? Yes. I'll guide you. Did you forget, Anji? I'm your guardian, right? How long has it been since I last heard Berncastel use that word? Yes. I haven't heard it since the very beginning. When I met her in this future world and became a witch, with her as my guardian, back in the tea party of episode 3. Ever since, she's been pretty much constantly trying to kill me. That's when I became the Beatrice of 1998. The one who could defeat the Beatrice of 1986. You are the Beatrice of 1998. Anji Beatrice. I became your guardian and recognized you as a witch. However, you aren't an envious witch like that. A witch of truth. That's right. You're like Erika, the witch of truth, who will seek the single truth, undeceived by any illusions. I guess the witch of truth, Anji Beatrice, has the power to reach the single truth. Yes, However, up until now, you have been unable to use this power. Do you know why? I do now. Even though I searched for the truth, I unconsciously resisted learning the truth. Exactly. Ruthless, emotionless girl who's tough as nail, but she's really just a kid who can't handle thinking about her family doing mean stuff. Yeah. So since the story's kind of acknowledging it right now, I can speak about this because it's another point of discussion with characters and stuff. You know how we keep saying that Willard, Mr. Will Willardson, is sort of a best version of Battler? Furudo Erika is considered by some to be the worst version of Anjay. And you can see a lot of the parallels there. She's like the worst version of Anjay. Exactly. Finding the truth was her goal. But at the same time, you are unconsciously afraid that learning the truth would mean losing that miracle of your family coming back. So, you didn't have what it took to stretch your hand out to the single truth. You're completely right. I have to admit. Baron Castell is also that? Yeah. It's true. The worst version of Anjay is if she became blue. If she became blue, this is what would happen to her. Good thing she's red. I have to admit that I was naive. I must admit, my entire family is dead. Now that I've acknowledged it, I must expose why they died. And who was behind it. Yeah, like I said, the reason I started reading Umineko is because they told me Anjay is like Shadow the Hedgehog. Thanks. The fragment you showed me in that dark theater was there to open my eyes. Many, many games have gone by, waiting for you to become a true witch of truth. But I think there was a purpose to it all. After all, now, in this final game, you really have become a witch of truth. Yeah, I can see it. Tell me, what happened on that island that day? I won't ask you to tell me directly. So guide me. What can I do to reach the truth? It's a bit too chilly here. Let's move. To where? To a place better for drinking tea. A massive applause filled the hall. You know, Burn Castillo is the kanji's tribe to self-harm specifically? Maybe. If we further extrapolate from this, we can say that Lambda Delta, who is the witch that supports Beatrice, can can be Beatrice's impulse to write the message bottles and do silly, horrible pranks to people because it's funny. A massive applause filled the hall. It was an applause in honor of a good fight. An applause in honor of Baron Castell. Yes, Lady Baron Castell's game was another splendid one. We're gonna reveal her game board to everyone here, so have a go at it. It's pretty awesome. We solved it in the end, all the same. A game that no one can solve isn't a game. The main point is whether it was fun or not. See, she likes fun time. It's fun. I guarantee it's quality. Same here. At first, I thought there was no way anyone could solve it. But the way you can use one confirmed purple statement after another to narrow down the substance make for a great puzzle. But the witch knows that miracles don't happen, and she knows it with certainty. That's why Beatrice is backed by the Witch of Certainty, not by the Witch of Miracles. She's too doom-pilled to believe in miracles. Come everyone, gather, gather. Just what sort of game is Lady Brincastell's mystery? That's for you to find out for yourselves. Objects resembling chessboard were set out on several tables. Crowds gathered around each, looking down with interest. Oh, like magic box. But an unorthodox one, don't you think? So this is what a witch's game is like. Looking at it like this, it's just a game. But for the pieces, it's a massive series of crimes. Indeed it is. It would not do to waste such a rare gift from Lady Berncastel. Let us take this opportunity to enjoy ourselves. Still, this is a tough one. It almost makes you wonder if it was made to be solvable, doesn't it? If you don't start by believing that it's made to be solvable, you won't get anywhere. The battle of wits doesn't begin until you trust the questioner and believe that it can be solved. And we guarantee that it is. Come on, have a go at it. With Balor's encouragement, discussions over Brincastell's mystery game began at each table. The mix of humans and illusions and heated debate was truly a sight to behold. Beato and Brincastell sat in a chair far off from the discussions. Would you like some tea? Any kind of calm and black tea for me. With milk, if you don't mind. As you wish. Is there anything you need, Lady Brincastell? Please add some dried plums to some black tea. That's the trick to making terrible tea drinkable. Come now, don't sulk. We're honestly complimenting your game for being such a fun one. Beato, who had emerged victorious in the game Brincastell had put all her heart into, was in extremely high spirits. I'm not sulky. My face just looks this way. When I managed to spot Burn some kind of warmth in that expression, I felt like I'd climbed to the pitch black top of a snowy mountain to find a beautiful star. Well, I'm sorry for having an eternally frosty face. How difficult it is to compliment Lady Brincastell. No matter what you say, she always takes it the bad way. That's okay. She's the type who'll keep thinking about it for hours later on. Oh, the type who lies in bed, relishing it while hugging her pillow. Yep, that's Bryn for you. Beato and Lambda Delta giggled together. Brincastell shrugged and looked away. Seriously though, it really was a fun game with a twist. You think so? Thank you. You could have made it unsolvable, but you still made it to be solved. You could have done that unless you planned on playing fair and enjoying the game. I like games where I win no matter what. Games that I might lose are just a pin. Later, I'd like to switch sides and try another one. I'll make a puzzle and we'll see if you can solve it. Game for you to win against me. What a novel idea! Of course, I'll use all the know-how I picked up on my fights with that to make it super hard. I'm not giving up my winning streak that easily. No, Badler, you're gonna make the easiest game. Come on. We've seen your puzzles. You're decent at solving, but you're really bad at making. Both you and Battle. Such an interesting way of thinking. How's that? A game is just a means to decide who wins and who loses, right? When you create one, your own victory should be your highest priority. So, why would you go to all the trouble of making a game you might lose? What fun is there in a game you always win? That's not even a game. What? Victory and defeats. It's fun because you're taking part in a fair competition. Balance between those two outcomes. A game isn't a fight. It's communication. You have to enjoy the means. And if you manage to win in the end, well, that's just an added bonus. Finally, I clearly understand the difference between how all of you think and how I. What do you mean? For you, this is communication. It isn't for me. The world you live in must be pretty savage. And what about you? Wasn't it the same for you until you understood God's game? An eternal game is eternal torture. Have you already completely forgotten about that pain you suffered? There were days when I did think that. But now it's all been resolved. I won't complain about stuff that's in the past. I'm impartial, you might say. That is the critical difference between you and me, I think. Your eternal torture was something you could laugh off and forget. Mine wasn't nearly so trivial. That's all there is to it. I don't know your history. I wish there was a way to know. Just flashing a fucking copy of Higurashi. It sounds like you had it rough. To think I'm getting sympathy from a mere former prince. I must be getting old. Brinkestelle sipping the black tea that Genji had brought her. Gazed up at the ceiling with a faraway look. Badler may not have known her history, but even he was able to understand a bit of how she felt. Are you being tortured by someone right now? You kidding? I'm as free as can be. I'm not bound by anyone's shackles. And that's a good thing, isn't it? At least things are better for you now. True. It's much better now than it once was. Though I'm on a long, endless journey to escape from one. Then, at the very least, us meeting here should have been a good thing for you. Indeed. Even the taste of defeat can keep my boredom at bay somewhat. No, no. Valor shook his head and laughed. We're friends who enjoy fighting in a fair game. So, if your days are filled with nothing but running away from boredom, feel free to drop by our place every now and then. We'd love to welcome a friend. And we'll be able to set up everything needed to help a friend escape from boredom. You think you can prepare a welcome interesting enough to help me, the great Brinkestelle, escape boredom for even a single night? I do. That's what it means to be a friend. I have like 1,000,000 games on Steam, Burn. My backlog is gigantic. You could be here for 1,000,000 years and you wouldn't be done. We won tonight's game. So the next time you come, we'll switch sides. This time we'll entertain you with one of our games. Of course, we don't intend to let you win easily. Let's play Ultra Fight the Kanto 2. Of course, we don't intend to let you win. We'll challenge you to a devilishly twisted logic game. It won't be something you can solve in a night. It'll be good enough to make you stay for months, racking your brains over it. You would entertain me, the great Brinkestell, as a friend. Yeah, we would. They're talking with you. Even this dried plum tea is starting to taste sickly sweet. What a pain. I heard from that though. Sounds like this dried plum tea stuff is one of your favorites. Next time we'll throw in some high-class dried plums covered in gold leaf. So make sure you come again. If you really plan to do that, try finding some better tea to start with. I'll never feel like coming again if you keep serving tea like this. Ah, come on. I guess the tea you're used to drinking is pretty damn high class. Next time, why don't you invite us somewhere we can drink some of that? Me? Invite you over? It's only fair, right? We treated you. Now it's your turn. Yes, it would be only fair. So let's have the game be fair too. Let's switch sides and start a new game. I'm looking forward to it. We won this time, but who knows about the next? That's some confidence you have there. And yet, I'm afraid you're mistaken on one point. What's that? My game isn't over yet. I wonder who will win in the end. After taking one more sip of her black tea, Brinkestelle set her cup on the table, wearing a thin smile. The tea here is far too sweet. It was a mistake to have any. Thank you, Genji. Take this away, please. As you wish. Brinkestelle asked for her tea to be taken away after taking only 2 sips. Badler smiled, realizing that this was just Burn's way of being shy. Badler, why are you smiling with such a foolish, optimistic face? If you really think this final game will be nothing but a happy epilogue, then I'll have to invite you all to a proper game for bringing this tale to a close. Badler, you forget too easily. Don't you remember in whose hands lies the key to this final game? Hang on, I'm gonna do something real quick. While not everyone has fallen asleep yet, I don't remember what the hell this thing is called. No, I remember. Never mind. I remember now. So what we're gonna do is the same thing we do all the time, but we're gonna do it in the middle of the episode. Because I feel the end is drawing near. It won't happen tonight, and it might not happen next week. But it might. So, just in case. Just in case. I don't remember how... Oh, like this. Okay, we're doing the poll again. You don't have to answer right now. In fact, I encourage you to not. Unless you've already read Umineko and don't need to worry about paying too much attention. But here's the poll again. This one is not a confirmation bias one. This is the final poll. Oh wait, I forgot. Hang on. Let me fix this actually. I do need to fix something real quick. Just really quick. Really, really quick. And then you can watch it again. Also, I think I didn't add all the new characters in the last one, did I? No, wait, I did. There they are. Okay, save. And there it is. Opción 1 is still there. Uh-oh. I need to kill it. There it is. I removed it. Okay, you can refresh. Okay, so I made a little change there. It should say choose 10 instead of choose 5. So now you need to choose 10 characters. No! Opción 1. Now you need to choose 10, and these ones for all the marbles, these are your absolute 10 favorites and absolute 10 hated characters. No recency bias. Based on all the episodes you've seen, these are your favorites. And I guess with this, I'm basically confirming, yes, there's no new characters. We've seen all the cast. The inside of my nose stitched. I've never regained consciousness to a smell before. Slowly, I opened my eyes. Wait, when did I lose consciousness in the first place? I don't remember going to sleep or falling unconscious. Okay. That's right. Brink still invited me to come to a place better for drinking tea. That's when my memory gets hazy. And since the smell of black tea is what woke me up, where am I? Oh, I would rather not study. I hate to admit it, but her taste in tea really is excellent. She just broke into her house. Yeah, my ex-boss's house. I can just break in whenever I feel like it. Uh-oh, it's getting kind of hazy. I was sitting on what appeared to be a sofa in a dimly lit study. Brink still sat across from me, and, right before my eyes, was a beautiful cup filled with hot, steaming tea. Isn't this place? I remember. Been here before. Or I will be here in the future? It's hard to say. Wasn't it? How pleasant it is to see you again, child of man. Yes, that voice. Just hearing it brings back memories. Long time no see, my master. I didn't think I would get the chance to welcome you into my study again. To think that game of yours is still continuing. It won't be continuing much longer. This is the end, the true final game. This was the study of Federine Augustus Aurora. That's right, there she is. Is it the same bio? I heard the noise of new bio, but I don't know if it's the same one. Let me see. Also, who is this? They just get a shared one? That's funny. What could this mean? Why do they share the same bio? Why is there an MM that combines both of them? While carrying out a job as an Inquisitor of Heresy at Bryn's request, Willard met Leon. In the final stages of the tale, he rejected the tragedy presented by the Witch of Miracles. In search of a happy ending, they wandered through the sea of fragments, putting their lives on the line. They are now under Lady Lam the Delta's protection. Oh. And who is this? Oh, wait, I haven't seen this one either. Lord Battler and his wife. Battler, the territory lord of the game board, and his wife, Beatrice. After their wedding in the 6th game, they became a happy married couple. In the past, Battler emerged victorious at the end of his long-lasting game with Beato, and he reached all the truths behind everything. Now, in this final game, they have invited Battler's little sister, Anje. Just what sort of tale will he weave with Beato by his side? Who can say? And these, I assume, is... Oh no, these are all new bios. Cool. Invited as a guest to the final game by the territory lord and his wife. Yeah. It sucks. It sucks. It should be Lady Beatrice and her husband. At times in the past, she has interfered with the game board along with Berncastel, but she now remains neutral, acting as an impartial observer. She is known for having many famous friends from various fields, but the fact that Berncastel is one of these is something that should be noted without. Lady Beatrice and this fucking guy, yeah. Be a puppet and thrown into a furnace. Yeah, and he would like it, is the thing. She is the witch who controls miracles, but she's also known as the witch who knows that miracles do not occur. Oh, it's what Bugs did! She's determined to destroy the illusion of the witch. And even now, when Beato's game board has fulfilled its function, her determination remains just as strong. She is known as the Miko of the Great Lady Aurora, and rumor has it that this backing has given her considerable influence in the Senate. That's really funny. Yeah, I'm the pet of the most important person in the fucking government, so I can do whatever I want. I'm her cat. I can do whatever I want. Let's see. I think this is the same. Yeah, this one's the same. This one's the same. This one's the same. This one's the same. All of this is the same. What about you? The witch will return alive from the Legend of the Witch, serial murders, and inherit the name of Beatrice. She uses the Eva culprit theory to refute all other existing theories regarding the cat box. At the same time, she can use the Eva culprit theory to create endless tragedies with herself as the culprits. Perhaps she could also be called the lid, separating the inside of the outside of the cat box. Of course, she knows what's inside the cat box. She was literally the only person who knew. The goats? Yes. And you. The Witch of Truth, who has successfully revived from the death of Oblivion. Yay! She is an enigma, a witch who is also a detective and a human. Once again, she will serve her master Brinkastel in her scheming. Scheming? What scheming? And it's the same, and... The majestic witch of theater going, drama, and spectating. She is tired of life after 1,000 years and constantly repeats the cycle of life and death. In the past, she served as the master for several games as a legendary witch. But her legend, glory, and memory have already disappeared into the past and have been forgotten. Only the solemn medal she wears on her chest contains those memories. The horseshoe-shaped object flying around her head is a memory aid device. It records her name, appearance, and other aspects of her personality. She is so old that she would not be able to preserve her own individuality without this. Wow. The majestic witch of theater going, drama, and spectating. Once in the past, I was summoned by her in order to be her reader, her Miko. Don't tell me you want me to read again. I wasn't the one who called you here. My Miko brought the two of us together. Why? Isn't it obvious? To show you the path that leads to the truth. You show me the way, Featherine. Well, I am the witch of theater going, though I dislike interfering with the actors on the stage. So, would you rather watch Badler's boring play, or my exciting one that manipulates the branching paths of fates? I know you can't stand even a minute of boredom. As Featherine rocked her rocking chair, she looked up at the ceiling and chuckles. She clearly holds some key to the truth I seek. And yet, you are literally the one holding the key. I can do nothing but tell you where to find the key, child of man. I don't remember saying anything out loud, but Featherine answered my question as though I had. Come to think of it, it's right. Featherine can read the thoughts of a mere child, of a man like me, as easily as she can hear me speak. Well, I guess that'll help us get to the point quicker. Oni-chan did give me this key, but then he just said something about how I'd know how to use it when the time was right. He didn't say a word about what it was used for. Do you two know? What is this key for? Oni-chan said it was something very precious. Explain, my Miko. Which of these Bannister Dust type characters will escape my wrath in the final post so I can do alright? No way. You explain. You demand that your master explain? You've got to go on stage every now and then, otherwise we'll just get senile all the faster. My. And yet I just ignored some long overdue time on the stage. Enjoyed when Anji was reader, which should last me several centuries at least. It's so awesome that Feathering is like the opposite of Burn. She has super low standards. She's like, well, I did see Anji do a funny face at me when I mocked her once. And I felt really good about it. I don't need to do anything for like 50 years now. It gave me quite a chuckle. And I'm still thinking about it. Tell me, what is this key? A physical manifestation of the decisions you are to make. This tale, this game, will end when you are asked to make a certain decision. What you hold there is the act of your decision embodied in the form of a key. The physical manifestation of my decision. Exactly. Badler was probably planning to end it by putting you in front of two doors, both of which can be opened by the key. Then he would ask you to choose which door to open. He must have told you that much, right? He didn't tell me anything at all. He just kept saying things like, you'll know when the time comes. No one will tell me anything. Not Oni-chan, not anyone. Badler probably wants to respect your right to make a decision of your own free will. But Anji, you should have at least started to figure it out by now, right? Figure what out? There's an answer Badler wants you to choose, isn't there? Those words made my heart jump in my chest. It was what I had been thinking. Oni-chan is clearly trying to trick me with a vague tale, almost like a daydream, that'll take me even farther away from the truth. at the 1986 family conference. Everyone had a wonderful time as they faded away. Everyone is smiling down on you from heaven, so you don't need to feel alone, even in 1998. So withdraw and live on by yourself. I've clearly sensed on each one's desire to end it like that. Every time I ask him about it, he dodges the issue and says something about how the decision will be mine in the end. That's right. It may appear as though Badler is giving you a fair choice, but he's actually scheming to get you to choose a certain one of those two answers. You've already seen the farce of a tale that he's using to do that, right? That bizarre Halloween party, with everyone acting so strange and friendly that it was almost sickening. I've already seen more than enough of that tale, so sickly sweet it makes me want to vomit. Where Shiromi Yakinso showered me with affection, where his children swore to support each other, where everyone was filled with happiness and hope. He's trying to trick me with those chummy scenes, so he can keep me away from the truth. He was probably about to fucking start playing M. Saki songs before I fell asleep. Such a coward. True, it might be easy to call him a coward from your perspective. But remember, if you are a player in this game, and if Battler is the game master, what does that imply? In the past, Battler was a player and Battler was the game master, and they each fought for their own respective truths. So what's happening this time? I'm a player, and Oni-chan's the game master. Could it be that I'd misunderstood everything from the very beginning? Oni-chan said he'd tell me what happened on that day, so I assumed that following him meant I'd learned everything. Isn't that the same as, say, Oni-chan accepting everything Bato said about the crimes being the work of a witch? And it's true, damn it! It's true! She wasn't lying! It was the work of a witch. What a stupid mistake I've been making. So, this game has always been a fight between me and Oni-chan. I'm surprised you joined in without realizing that. Battler really is sly. He quickly started up the final game without letting you realize that simple fact. Well, it was the same back in Battle's games. Battler was drawn into her game before he knew what was happening. Before he even knew how to fight. That's why I taught him how. And now, it's exactly the same. You were forced to start this game before you understood anything about it, and I've come to tell you the truth. To tell you who you're fighting against, and for what. I was too shocked to speak. And finally, I realized what I needed to accomplish in this game. I've always been passive. I was sure that Anichan would tell me everything, so I naively thought I just had to believe whatever he said. I was wrong. It's not what this is. This is a battle. That's why his name is Battler. Between me, the one who wants to reach the truth, and Anichan, who wants to trick me and chase me into a 1998 where I'm all alone. All this time, I kept on saying that Onichan was foolish and naive. And now I see that I was more naive than anyone else. And yet, Brinkisel didn't sneer at me. On the contrary, she looked at me with that cold gaze, as if to say, "So you've finally taken your first step. Now, do you understand your own purpose, and the purpose of that key?" I gripped the key Onichan had hung around my neck, and for a while, I shook with an emotion that even I couldn't understand. Now that I know Oni-chan tricked me, it would be easy to hate him. But hating him would be missing the point. After all, this is a game between me and him. Oni-chan has done nothing but make the optimal moves for winning against me. If games aren't a playful way to communicate, if they're the process that decides who wins and who loses, then there can be no fair games. The best strategy is always to trick your enemy into defeat without telling them the rules before they even know what's going on. In that sense, Oni-chan hasn't done anything wrong. He's using that sickly sweet illusion to trick me and force me out into a lonely future. They'll be the only ones having a good time in the cat box, and I'll be the only one chased out. Thank you. I'm grateful. I think I've finally been able to truly open my eyes. Please, don't hate badly. After all, one-sidedly tricking your opponent is what game masters do. I know. Oni-chan took the best option from his perspective. I wish I was in the cat box so bad. This is probably what cats think. That's all there is to it. So, I need to make the best possible move from my perspective. My goal is now clear. October 4th and 5th, 1986. What happened on Rokkenjima on those days? I need to tear off the veil covering the truth. Nothing more. Nothing less. Oni-chan gave me this key. Probably because he wants me to put it into the keyhole of his choosing. That's why he keeps showing me this sentimental illusion. But I won't be fooled anymore. I'll open the door I want to open. Certainly. This kind of tale is more to my liking than one where Anju does whatever Father says. Then this time, I'll let you run the show from here on out. Tell Anji. Tell her where the keyhole that leads to the truth is. Tell me, where's the keyhole? Very well. First off, have a seat. I'll go and get it for you. Villains in Kingdom Hearts be like, where's the keyhole? When Featherine rose from her rocking chair, my vision seemed to twist and bend. What is this? Some kind of interference? Why now, when Featherine's about to show me something important? Why is my head getting suddenly... I dug my fingernails into my knees, clenching my teeth to keep from losing consciousness. However, the world just kept twisting more and more. Except for the feel of the sofa beneath me, I couldn't sense anything at all. Lady? Huh? Looks like they've arrived. The door opened, and Hachiyo Toya appeared. What's going on? This isn't the world of witches, but the world of humans? I was sitting on the sofa, and Amakusa was behind me. There is no need to feel confused. Featherine and Hachiyo Toya are the same being. Oh, really? Are you sure about that? To her, the difference between the two worlds is a trivial thing. To put in the words of that theater lover, it's like having a slightly different background behind the stage. So there was no reason for me to feel hesitant. Should I call you Madame Hachiyo this time? How complicated names are. Even though both of us are still here, just like before. You have to wonder what to call me. True. Calling you Feathering would be a bit rude, too, For an actor, the name of the role they act is only temporary. Precisely, child of man. Feathering. Amax's eyes went wide as he wondered what I was suddenly talking about. I ignored him and continued. So, what are you going to show me? As I spoke, my eyes were caught by that heavy-looking object she held under her arm. At a glance, it looked like an encyclopedia with a fancy binding. Do you know what this is? As Feathering spoke, she set the heavy object on the table. The first thing it reminded me of was a grimoire. The heavy book had a mysterious, mystical feel to it, like something Marion-chan might carry around. And the most remarkable feature of it was the large, sturdy lock that held it shut. He's not in the game, okay? We can't kill him off. It's not that easy. It's hard. Why would someone go so far to keep people from reading a book? Why don't you take it and observe the back? The back? I flipped the heavy book over on my lap. As soon as I saw it, I gave a small gasp. Eva. Ushiromiya. Ushiromiya Eva. Without a doubt, those words were written there in Roman characters. What is this? Aunt Eva's diary? Could this be that rumored? Do you know something about this? Just a rumor. They say that President Eva had a secret diary, and that she always kept it locked up. They say she took it with her everywhere she went. At least, that's what I heard from some of the other bodyguards. But I hate him. I want him to die. He'll die, eventually. Off screen. Just believe. So Amakusa is Burn. No. Burn is the cat that's currently off screen. We've already gone through this. There's a cat roaming around the house, doing stupid shit. That's Burn. Yeah. I mean, he thinks it's interesting. He likes the gossip, okay? Is that here? It was in a hospital room where Ushiromiya Eva passed away. This diary was hidden behind her bed, so it remained in that room for some time after her death before it was found. Also, Fire Mountain revealing her hand very early on. I know which character she's voting for in the least favorites. The most hated characters. Then, by coincidence, it was probably found by someone who worked for the hospital. Or else a patient or their family. Of course, by that time, there was a huge movement dedicated to the Rokkenjima mystery. A locked diary found in the hospital room where Ushiromiya Eva spent her last moments. Would be absolutely priceless. Let's see, there's Amaxa, there's George, of course there's George. There's Kinso. There's Amaxa, George, Kinso. There's Kraus. There's Rudolph. Are there any other men in the story? See, it gets harder when you have to name women, I think. That's where it gets difficult. There's Nanjo. There's Genji. Even if two are wrong, I have 7 there. I need to name 10 even if two are wrong. There's I already said Kinso, so I think that's all the family members. Maybe Rosa? Maybe Rosa? I think I'm the only one person who's like always extending the olive branch to Rosa, so Rosa would be a reasonable answer. And that's all the real characters. I don't know if you feel any sort of emotions towards Okonogi, so I doubt you're gonna vote for Okonogi. Because Okonogi just appears in one part and says like a big block of text and then goes away and never shows up again. Then I think that's all the real characters. So then we have to acknowledge the fictional ones. I don't know. Evatrice and maybe the awesome Erika. I mean, he does suck, but... Oh, wait, I forgot. I forgot fucking... Kasumi. Kasumi is another one. And... I don't know. I can't think of anybody else. Maybe Evatrice, maybe Erika. Maybe... No, I think that's all of them. I can't think of anybody else. Anybody else is up in the air for me. Although these are my picks for your picks. These are not my picks. David Rosa in your top 10. I haven't made any voting there, so I can't tell you. I can tell you my top 3, but anybody else is up in the air. Top 3 favorites. You already know 2 of them because they are in my chat screen. And then the third one is Lambda. I logged in. Yes. The Discoverer probably handed it over in secret to one of the witch hunters who would be able to accurately determine its worth. Luckily, the witch hunters who got their hands on this book were all noble and upright people. Not content to boorishly destroy the lock and reveal the truth. They simply satisfied themselves with the fact that the truth of that day slumbered just on the other side of this mysterious lock. Thanks to that, Eva's diary has remained undamaged to this very day. Wait, really? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's like the guy who saw who Spider-Man is and never said anything. The people on that train in Spider-Man 2 found this diary. It is already known that Natsuki, wife of Kraus, the oldest son of Kinso, sealed up all of her complaints and repressed feelings by writing them down in a diary, which she treated like a sort of charm. So, Aunt Eva did the same thing? It's possible, at least. Opening up a diary like this would be a pain, even if you did have a key. Huh? Oh yeah, she did do that, you're right. It's sealed up like a tie like a corset. Maxa was right. This wasn't a diary made to be casually opened and reminisced over. It's probably safe to assume that she used this diary to forget things by writing them down and sealing them away. just like Ushiromiya Natsui did. And Maria. Then she brought it with her into her hospital room and hid it behind the bed without telling anyone about it. Don't tell me that diary is. Reason Neva wrote down what happened that day. By reading its contents, you will probably learn everything. However, we don't know where the key that unlocks it is. I jumped. Then I looked down at my chest. That's where my brother hung that key. Huh. It's gone. The key's gone. What's wrong, lady? What key? It's been hanging from my neck the whole time, hasn't it? I never noticed it. You had a key hanging from your neck? I understood almost immediately. In the world of humans, I haven't found the key. The me with the key is on the game board in the world of witches. Send me back. Make me the me with the key. I want to unlock this diary. Featherine lifted a finger, spun it around, and the world twisted again. When I entered to Featherine's study, the key popped back into existence, hanging from my neck. But at the same time, the diary on my lap popped out of existence. Where'd the diary go? It should exist somewhere on the game board, since it is one of the keyholes you are to be given. It must exist. Did Oni-chan hide it somewhere? Since Battler wants this to be a game between you and him, it probably isn't hidden completely. What do you mean? Even if Battler thinks of the diary as a king he mustn't lose, it would be no game unless it exists somewhere on this board. In other words, it's somewhere in Yoshinomiya Mansion. Or you might have already been given an opportunity to witness it. Like how a swindler has already hidden a trap in microscopic letters on the first page of a contract you sign. You know, like what your dad did. If Battler follows the customs of the mystery genre as the Game Master, clues must be shown. Noxus 8, you know. So the choice that leads to Battler's defeats must have been shown. Anjay, try and remember. Should have seen Eva's diary in Battler's world already. In that instant, from the back of my mind, drifted the very first scene of this final game. In the chapel, a book was lying on the altar. A book with a lock on it. As soon as I showed interest in that book, my brother suddenly grew stern and told me not to touch it. That was Aunt Eva's diary. That's right, Ushinomiya Eva's diary. The book of the single truth, with the truth of that day written inside it. The book of the single truth. Is the truth really inside it? After all, there's a chance that it's just something Aunt Eva. I'll say it in red. Ushinomiya Eva's diary, the book of the single truth, has the truth of the Rokenjima during October 4th and 5th, 1986, recorded within it. Wait, no, the chapter break didn't let me finish. I was gonna say, or not. Oh well, I guess you don't get to hear that. Doesn't matter. The discussions over Vern Castell's reasoning game were getting passionate at each of the tables. At some point, Each table had started competing to see which could solve it first. Bryn Castell, haven't Angie and Erika arrived yet? They should have been here by now. Wanna make a bet on who arrives first? Pareva die. Yeah, I don't know. I can understand it, Erika being late, but what about Angie? Just what kind of pit did you toss her into this time? How would? She's sitting on a sofa sipping tea. Hopefully the sort of tea you drink suits Sanjay's taste. Good point. How would? The tea would suit anyone's taste. Erika would even lick the last drop of my tea from the bottom of a miso pot. Now, part of me is dying to ask how miso comes into this picture. Still, it's Erika. This will be a long-awaited reunion. That's right. Come to think of it, can't wait to see how long it'll take her to solve Bryn Castell's game. This sort of game is what this kid's best at. She'll probably read it from start to finish 3 times, and just say the answer right away. Probably. I look forward to seeing her give the correct answer immediately with that smug look on her face. Calm now. This is Erika we're talking about. She'll probably pull out some twisted logic and say that it was possible for someone other than Father's family. Good point. In fact, I like to hear her proud, twisted logic even more than the right answer. Apparently, Father and Beth were looking forward to their reunion with Erika. They had already dueled with Erika in 2 separate games. But now, there was no distinction between foes and allies. They truly wanted to welcome her to this party after the show as a friend. Is anybody else struggling with the 10 hated? Because I can make the number lower. I can lower the number very easily. I have this power. If anybody else is struggling to fill up 10 spots in the hated one, I can reduce it to 9. No, I'm kidding. I would probably reduce it to... You don't have to pick all 10? No, not really. You can leave it at... If you can't pick 10, you don't have to pick 10. You're right. It's not a forced 10. You can stop wherever you want. You don't need to fill your spots. Yeah, you don't need to like add, oh yeah, the witch hunter guy and stuff like that. If you don't really feel anything towards them. They truly wanted to welcome her to this party after the show as a friend. Still, it's a bit unexpected. You can write in Tanaka George. Why would you hate Tanaka George? He's like the best version of George, aka Canon. What is? You know, it's surprising that you let Angie go this easily. Making sure that Paddler and the others couldn't see her face. Lambda Delta sniggered. Is it really so surprising? While still snake. Yeah. Of course it is. I thought that, being you, you tortured Battler with one tough puzzle after another before releasing her. Or that you'd at least try to give Angie some weird ideas and have her turn the game around in the end. You know, the thing you're literally doing right now. Just saying. And I thought I knew you better than anyone else in the world. So embarrassing that I was wrong. I'm sure it is. But don't worry. You obviously do know me better than anyone else in the world. Yeah, of course. After all, I love, adore, and understand you more than any other person in the universe. Lambda Delta was flushed by Baron Castell's apparently friendly words, which were very rare coming from her. Badler-sama. Pardon me for interrupting your conversation. Anja-sama has returned. Oh, she's back? Great. So, is she okay? No. It seems was soaked by the rain, but Kumasawa is bringing her a towel now. When Badler heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned to face Brinkestelle, showing her a forced smile as though apologizing for still suspecting her just a little. Brinkestelle showed no reaction and simply continued to wear a blank expression with a slight smile. Anju-sama has returned. I'm back. Badler! Anja is back. Anja, I'm glad you're okay. I was worried. She stared at Badler as he dashed towards her with a relieved smile. Anji's expression seemed somehow indifferent. That Badler. Looks like he thought I had you hanging by chains in a cave or something. No, no. I didn't think you'd go that far. I was just having some tea at the house of one of Bryn Castell's friends. It was delicious. Did it have dried plums or miso in it? Of course not. Sanjay spoke bluntly. She walked right past her brother and exchanged a few whispered words with Bryn Castell. What is it, Badler? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. He said he was lonely because his little sister was being so cold. Beata would either laugh at him or scratch him. After all, Anji was a girl at that age. She might be in a bad mood for reasons a boy like him couldn't understand. They're always saying this character was a girl at that age, and the age is never the same age. I'm noticing. She was a girl at that age. What age? 6. She was a girl at that age. What age? 9. She was a girl at that age. What age? 16. Okay, well, fuck me, I guess. Every age is that age. Taking note of this, and having satisfied himself that Anji was okay, he made to walk away. Badler, Anji is calling for you. Huh? Oh, sorry. I've been trying to get your attention for a while. Don't ignore me. I wasn't really ignoring you. What's going on with you anyway? You looked like you were in a bad mood for a while now. I imagine Baron Costello gave her something strange to drink and pretended it was just some rare sort of black tea. I have no business with you. Back off for a bit, would you? I want to talk with Onichi alone. No! Come. I may not look it, but I'm the wife of the territory lord. I'm already far closer to Badler then. Sorry, Bato. Would you mind leaving for just a bit? By now, Badler realized that Anji's issue was more than just a slight bad mood. Bato puffed out her cheeks as though she wanted to say something more. However, she just let it out with a sigh and walked away. Is this okay? It is. Cruel to Bato, yeah. After all, this game is between me and you, right? I'm the player. You're the game master. No matter how many pieces get between us, in the end, it's still a direct battle between you and me. Well, it's true that I'm the game master, but it's not like I'm fighting against you or anything. His final game was held so you could be invited to the Rokkenjima of 1986. Games are played to decide who wins and who loses. There can be no game unless you have foes and allies. Don't try to trick me. What are you talking about? All of a sudden, you had me totally fooled. At first, I actually thought you'd take me to that day in 1986. But that wasn't true. This has been a farce you created, hasn't it? You're using this sentimental tale to dodge the issue and leave me confused. You're trying to chase me out into a lonely future with nothing but this cheap happiness of the parting yet. There's just one thing I've been after since the beginning. What happened on Rokkenjima that day? And the only answer you gave me was this game. This sentimental party of illusions. It's obvious how you're going to try and answer my question now. I want the truth. You aren't going to give it to me. Anjay, listen, you got it wrong. Don't try and trick me. This game is the final fight between me and you. I want the truth of that day. You're trying to hide behind an illusion. It's exactly the same. The setup is no different than those fights between you and Bato. I was about to be chased out of the game board with everything still vague and fuzzy because of you. Well, sorry, but I've already figured out that this game is a battle. Don't think you'll trick me so easily anymore. Tanjay shout tore apart the peaceful atmosphere. No! He's scaring the host. The family members and Illusions gulped and watched the scene, wondering what was going on. Beato tried to run up to Badler, but he motioned for her to stay back. What is it you want? There is only one thing I've ever wanted. Proof of Rokkenjima in 1986. That's all I'm looking for. The truth is sealed within the cat box. It can't be reached by someone outside the cat box like you. Is that why you're trying to trick me with this sentimental illusion? Yes, it is an illusion. However, I wanted you to remember this fun atmosphere. The harmony within your family. It's not about what happened on that island that day. I wanted you to remember the warmth of these family conferences, a warmth you forgot. This is just an illusion you're trying to impose on me. I'll reject it and deny it completely. There is no truth of 1986. The cat box is empty inside. You're looking for something that doesn't exist. Won't be tricked anymore. The truth of that day does exist. It was written down by the sole survivor and preserved to this very day. Badler's expression faltered for just an instant, and Anjay didn't miss it. So he was hiding it after all. Oni-chan has been hiding the box of a single truth from me. Anteva, for the first time since your death, I'd like to express my gratitude. Because you wrote down what happened that day, you gave me one last chance of learning the truth. Anjay-chan, you have to listen to me. Everything I wrote in that diary is nonsense. It doesn't mean... There's no point in trying to deceive me. I've already been proven in red that your diary has the truth of that day in it. Sir, how could anyone but Battler, the Game Master, use the red truth? It's our Aurora, isn't it? That's right. The Book of the Single Truth exists in 1998. The world of the future. Who else could perform the crucial role of confirming its contents with the red truth? I heard everything from Burn Cassell. Been fooled by you long enough. I don't want some sentimental illusion. I want the real truth. No matter how you try to cover up in 1986, I can expose it in 1998. After all, you are the Batorichi of 1986, Oni-chan. And I'm the Batorichi of 1998. A cyclone rose up around Anjay. There was a golden swirl of gold butterflies. Just like the Golden Witch, Beatrice. I'm Anjay of 1998, the final golden witch. No witch of the past can defeat a witch of the future. The cyclone of gold broke apart, and as gold leaves scattered across the room, the final witch, who would inherit Beatrice's name in the future, appeared. Anjay, Beatrice. You're the golden and endless witch, but I'm different. I'm the golden witch of truth. No illusion can stand in my way. Okay, let me say something. In defense of this, we didn't do it because we had no time. I feel it fits better. She's the witch of truth. Why would she have an outfit? She's wearing the outfit that she always wears in the real life because that's the truth. She's doing no illusions. Oh yeah, I bet it looks sick as hell. Yes, this is the end of Onichan's boring party. Now it's time for my party to start. I've been ready the game to liven things up. You're up, Anteba. Huh? When Anjay snapped her fingers, she vanished along with a swirl of gold butterflies. Replacing her in the middle of that cyclone was a girl wearing a dress, bowing modestly. That's right. You! That's pretty rude, you know. Inviting everyone to the party except me. You're... Eva. The sole survivor of Rokenjima. And the witch of the future. The golden and endless witch from 1986 to 1998. In the world of the future, Padrecon's sentimental illusion is more fragile than a flake of snow on a lake. Okay, let's have some fun. Come, try to remember, all of you. Remember your endless theory making. Whenever I held her hand to the heavens, like gathered there and took the form of a bottle. Yes, a bottle. A glass bottle with no label. There was no alcohol inside. Sealed within it was a fragment that let off a pale, sinister light. Badly. This is bad. She must not smash that bottle. But she did. Okay, it's showtime! The bottle was slammed against the floor and smashed to pieces. As soon as the fragment within it touched the outside air, it flashed white and burst. At first, it seemed that nothing had happened. However, Eva grinned at them before becoming a cloud of butterflies and vanishing. At some point, Brincastel must have vanished as well. What did she do? It was probably a fragment she brought back with her from the world of the future. Perhaps we could call it the consoles of the Catbox in the future. What does this all mean? What? At that moment, they heard a thundering roar. It was as though large chunks of hail had started falling everywhere. An earthquake accompanied that noise, and the whole mansion creaked. Dust began to fall from the ceiling. At the same time, it seemed as though the curtain-covered window glowed with a pale light. What on earth is going on? Kirie, look outside! What the hell is that? Everyone rushed to the window in response to her voice. Of course, Badler and Bato went too. This is Leviathan's finest hour. Everyone will remember this point in Leviathan's role in the story. Then, they drew the curtains, looked at the scene outside, and were stunned into silence. How beautiful. Kinso's words. Oh, that was Kinso. How beautiful. These words echo the first impression felt by all who looked out at the scene beyond the windows. Not all beauty is benign. They always say that beauty has thorns, eh? Though everyone found the scene beautiful, they all sensed impending misfortune from it. Outside the window, countless small objects, pale, glowing fragments of crystals, lay strewn about everywhere like fallen hail. The word fantastical perfectly summed up the scene that lay before them in glowing Rose Garden. Not enough options for hates. Oh yeah, we decided that if you don't have enough options for hate, you can just leave it at that. If you can only choose 5 people to hate, you can just leave it at 5. You don't have to force yourself to think of another 5. I saw something move over there. Hey, is there someone over there? Wait, huh? Generally kind of dislike. No, how can you say this about Nanjo's son? A person just grew out of that glowing fragment. 7 Sisters of Purgatory, battle formation. With those words of Lucifer's, everyone finally realized that they were being surrounded by danger. You put rolls on both? Hell yeah! I wonder, Cami, have you always liked Rosa, or did I manage to convert you? One by one, the countless fragments shook and burst, and large, dark bodies rose up from inside each. They were giants with goat heads. One after another, they appeared from the insides of broken fragments. Those fragments lay all over the rose garden in vast numbers. Pushed me over the edge, yay! And made the ground glow, so that everyone inside was forced to shudder. 45. Wide area surveillance. My radar's filled with white. We're either being jammed, or the vast number of readings is making a count of empty numbers impossible. Even as she said this, the glowing rose garden outside the window was being filled with giant goats. I feel like this is the first time in the whole story where the cheaters are not attacking us. I feel usually whenever there's a big battle, the cheaters are allied with whoever the antagonist is. The fragments carrying the ghosts weren't just in the rose garden. They were spread evenly across the entire island. Not just the rose garden, but the entire area around the mansion was being covered with goats by now. It's just like the end of episode 2. Rosa, save us! Allow us to speak. Know that we are completely fucked, surrounded. Yeah, we noticed. Well, you now, badly. Only one thing to do with uninvited guests. Tease them off. Oh, it's so cool that Maria has this reaction. She's so good in this episode. Who are these people? I'm guessing these aren't your minions, right, Bato? The ghost forms they hold are probably just imitations of the pieces on this game board. They aren't Leech's or Leah's minions. This is something worse. I see. So they are manifestations of message bottles. Message bottles? The ones Bato made? Not quite. These are fragments of what people in the future have imagined. Endless possibilities are hidden within the cat box. Because of that, Those outside the box can imagine the insides to be any one of an infinite number of things. It would seem those endless delusions are the true form of these creatures. What will those ghosts do to us, I wonder? It doesn't look like they're here to give us a handshake and a pat on the back. Those people, those lowlives, making up and passing around stories, imagining the tragedies that might have unfolded around us on this island. They found it so fascinating that I never talked about the truth. That they kept on creating tragedies one after another for their own enjoyment. I see. So they're fragments from the future, imagining the catbox of 1986 however they please. In the world of the future, any and all interpretations can and do exist. Unless we deny them, everyone will be able to claim that their own view is the truth, and they will remain on this island. What a fix we're in! Looks like we're surrounded and fighting for our lives. What are they doing? They're eating. They're eating something. They're eating the roses. A crowd of goats were squirming about and doing something. If you look closely, you could see them sticking their heads into rose bushes and munching away. And it wasn't just rose bushes. Light poles, the bricks of the flower beds, and even the stone paving itself. They were biting all of it. Almost as if they were trying to eat up the whole island. No, they're doing that! But there's a bunch of them. No, they aren't just eating. If they aren't eating, what are they doing? This is not eating. They're eroding it, chipping away at the edges. The edges of the game board itself. No! They're eating the game board? In the world of the future, everyone believes we were swallowed up by tragedy today. That's why they won't accept truths where we enjoy ourselves in peace. The truths of the past are subordinate to truths of the future. The merciless future fangs and jaws of those goats refuse to accept our truth and are eroding it, replacing it with the kind of truth they expect. Damn it. This is our truth. It's not for those people in the future who have nothing to do with us anyway. To write as they please. The garden outside the window was now filled with too many goats to count. All chewing away. Those are cat eyes. This repulsive scene stole the words from everyone's lips. They weren't stunned into silence. There was just no point in making a fuss and letting the goats know a certain fact. No point in letting them know that there was plenty of prey waiting in this bright, warm room. Prey that was softer and easier to chew than roses or bricks. Is that Coulter? He's looking at us. Silence, don't make a fuss. It's coming this way. Dear me, this does not look good. Uh-oh. The one, oh, those, there's 3 different eyes, actually. They're not all the same eyes. The ones on the back are, but these, oh no, wait, no. The ones on the back are also 3 separate ones. They saw one of the newly born goats headed slowly towards their window. There was already a huge swarm of them in the garden. So it was no surprise that, when one of them looked around for new prey, it would see the light from this window. Its immense, eerie body slowly approached. As it grew closer, they could finally see it clearly. The eyes blazed, despite being cold, ruthless, and reptilian. Those cruel fangs and jaws could tear apart and crush anything. Any fangs that could chew through brick would hardly have a problem chewing through humans. Its massive body had to be taller than the windows themselves. And He was lumbering towards this window. If only this window was made out of the special Shiromiya bulletproof glass. I doubt even bulletproof glass would stop that thing.
Ah! It's coming! It's coming! It's running towards us!
What? Oh, yeah, these. Allow me to speak. Know that this window shall not be breached. The power of Cornelia sealed from his shield around the glass. Cornelia! The goat was blown back, unable to even touch the glass because of this power. Its weight made the earth tremble. They could feel that clearly, even inside. But that tremor had also drawn the attention of the nearby goats. A pack of goats started shuffling towards them, and a fight broke out as they each charged forward, trying to reach this new prey first. The window protected by Cornelia's seal would probably be safe. However, there were many windows in the Great Hall. For the first time, those windows became a source of terror instead of sunlight and a lovely view. Gertrude! Allow me to speak. Know that this window shall not be breached. Go tape! Gertrude sealed another window. The goats trying to break in through that one were thrown back. But at the same time, they heard the crash of yet another window being smashed. Scattering fragments of glass everywhere, the massive ghost broke through the window frame and entered the building.
Oh no! Ah!
Stay back. Everyone stay back. In the first twilights, the six chosen by the key. Those words really were coming from the goats now, along with a steaming foul breath. However, it didn't get a chance to say anymore. Forehead, neck, shoulder, chest, side, gut, knee. The stakes of the seven sisters buried themselves in deep, one after another. What a rough, unappetizing flesh for piercing. I'd hate to have to gobble up any more of these. The other windows shattered one after another. Several goats squeezed their way in through the window frames. Their mouths were still stuffed with the bricks they had just been snacking on. Each time they chewed, it made a ghastly sound like bones being crushed. We will repel them. Sister Truce, prepare for close-range combats. Stop. You start far away, we will have all the other goats come to join the party. Let's fall back to the second floor. If we can seal the staircase, that'll buy us some time. Everyone, upstairs! Hurry! After sniffing noisily as though scanning smells around them, the goats started chewing on whatever chairs, tables, or curtains were close by. The goats would chew anything to bits, as long as it was near them. If the others were careful not to attract the goats' attention, they would be able to escape from this place. The humans ran on ahead up to the second floor, while the illusions, who were used to fighting, guarded the rear. The goats were completely absorbed by their feast on everything in the hall. No, the portraits! By now they were even brutally chewing away at the portrait of Beatrice, which could fairly be called a symbol of the Yoshinomiya family itself. Hitler, the humans have all taken refuge on the second floor. Good. Lanor, seal all the staircases. Gertrude and Cornelia will handle it. However, they need more time. All over the mansion, there were loud beating sounds that might be called knocks, and the sounds of shattering glass. Well now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for work. 7 Sisters of Purgatory. Right here. Let's go, you lowlifes. Tonight, it's all you can eat. Choose your troops. Halt all external tasks. Cancel automatic updates. Accept no data. Take no prisoners. Stop all the downloading. I send you in front of the 7th District. By the Territory Lord's order, carry out your duty. I'll lend hands. Leon, you're in the way. Go up to the 2nd floor. But Will... Leave this to us and go. You have your own job to do. Protect your family. I understand. Everyone, stay safe. The mansion was filled with the sounds of knocking, crushing, smashing, and chewing. The goats in their wave of destruction was drawing steadily closer. Lord Battler, Gertrude and Cornelia have finished sealing the other staircases. The large staircase here is the only one that remains. The other staircases are tiny, so they went fast. On the other hand, this staircase is huge. Looks like you'll have your hands full by time. Lambda Delta spoke as though it was someone else's problem. It only took a glance at her face to see that she had no intention of lending a hand. Even so, Bato didn't scold her. This was a game between Battler and Anji. Lambda Delta was only a theater goer who had been invited. Don't think badly of me. Even if I die, if I was torn apart by nothingness. Even I'd die. Sorry, but I think I'd stick to being an observer. That's what you've always been. Though it is a shame that we can't ask you for help. Nah, she's being nice. Doesn't want to steal our show. Sure, let's call it that. As a Voyager witch, Lambda Delta could retreat from this game board of battlers if she wanted to. In other words, she was the only one who wasn't in trouble now. See you later. I think I'll watch this game between you and Byrne till the end. I'll be rooting for you. As you munch on popcorn? Of course. I think I'll have some soy sauce butter flavor today. Lambda Delta vanished with a pop. As soon as she did, a black hole opened up in the midair, and Gap fell out of it. Butler, Nietzsche, could you come here for a second? You should probably see this. Right now? Yes. Let's go. Everyone, we're counting on you to hold this position. When Gap snapped her fingers, a large hole opened up under Battler and Bat, swallowing them both. They were spat out into an inky blackness. Both of them were floating in the night sky. Okanjima lay far beneath them. And as soon as they realized this, they shuddered. It's not just a crowd, it's a sea. It was no longer a crowd of ghosts, but an entire sea of them. Just as Okanjima poked out from the ocean, the mansion was now poking out from a sea of ghosts. People in the future really are amazing. Just how many of them have imagined the tragedy on this island? It's nothing more than the worthless dribble of those outside the catwalk. Let's clean this place up. Look over there. It's hard to tell, but look at the shoreline. The shoreline? It's easy to make out the harbor. Look closely. See it? Don't tell me. Yeah, you're probably right. You're eating it. Eating the whole island. Uh-oh. Come, try and remember fragments of the future. If only you just chewed up all the embellishments, all the illusions, all the fantasy. As Eva yelled this to the heavens, hovering about the raging sea. Hail fell down with a pale glow. Each was an unlabeled bottle with a fragment inside. They poured onto the islands, were smashed to bits, and the fragments inside them scattered everywhere. Every now and then, the fragments were split in two, then split in two again. And every single one of them burst and gave birth to a massive goat. To say it was like bamboo shoots springing up after the rain would be a vast understatement. The goats writhed about like bubbling, boiling water in a pot. They ate away at everything they saw. They didn't just eat the harbor, but the trees and rocks, the entire coastline itself. Hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of goats continued to eat. They were chewing away at every bit of Rokkenjima, this final game that Badler had prepared. Too bad, Paddler-kun. The future wants a tragedy on this island. Even Anjay wants the truth. Don't worry, we'll chew up all the embellishment, illusions, and fantasy for you. By now, Paddler and the others had to admit it. The future wanted a tragedy. Even if the truth of this island had been a gentle, peaceful thing, the future didn't want that. The truth they wanted was painting over the past. The past is such a fragile thing. Even the cat box is being chewed apart. Just who are those people? Are they really so determined to plunge us into tragedy? That's all I wanted to show you. Hope this helps a bit when you're making a strategic decisions. Yeah, thanks. Now I feel like crap. Then let's go to the study next, if you don't mind. Goldsmith wants to talk to you. Gaps snapped her fingers, and another black hole swallowed them up and spat them out in the study. Ow, 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 ow! Gap, you're gonna drop me. At least do it in a bed. Grandfather, we're in trouble. There's absolutely nowhere to go. I know. And even waiting on the storm from here is not an option. Ronov and the others should be able to buy us some time, but that's all. As they just holed up in the mansion, it would only be a matter of time before the swarm of goats got them. Trying to repel a few of the goats barging into the mansion would be like using a cup to bail water from the boat with a hole in it. We can't fight defensively for a while, but it's only a matter of time. We need to think of something while we fight. Can we escape? Where to? Is there any way for us to leave the game board? The outside of the game board is beyond the range of our territory. Only a Voyager witch could leave. Only Vern Castell and Lambda Delta could do it. However, there was no way Vern Castell would help. Even Lambda Delta had already announced that she would be an observer instead of lending a hand. So, there's nowhere left to run. No, there is just one place. Where? The Golden Lands. I see. Is that our only option now? Indeed. The Golden Land is the most impenetrable place on this game board. If we wish to escape, it's that or nothing. These things are eating the cat box itself. For all we know, they might start chewing away at the Golden Land itself at any moment. What should we do, Battler? No point thinking about it. We're retreating. If we take too long to make a decision, even that road will be close to us. Evacuate everyone. How can we open the door to the Golden Lands? I just have to open it. However, an immense wave of anti-magic toxins is emanating from that cloud of goats. It will take some time to open the door. So, we only got to protect the study with our lives until the door opens. Just have to keep doing what we've been doing. There's one more problem. The door to the Golden Land cannot be shut unless two people close it from the outside. Two? From the outside? What do you mean? As soon as he said this, Badler realized this must be the result of some agreement made between the three witches who are one. Normally, there's no need to go to the trouble of shutting the door. But it won't be so easy this time. Only you and Bato can fulfill the role of shutting the door. Me is a territory lord, and Bato. Yeah, it sounds like the safest choice. Indeed. If it's just the two of us, we might even be able to protect ourselves. Okay, open the door. Bato waved her pipe, leaving the golden trail behind as she slides the air vertically. Then, the gap of the door to the Golden Land appeared. It looked like nothing more than a thin golden string hanging from the ceiling. If you look closely, you could see that the string was getting thicker very slowly. The door to the Golden Land certainly was opening, so slowly that you couldn't even tell if you weren't careful. At this rate, it would probably take quite some time before it grew big enough to let a person through. Grandfather, Gap, we'll need you to be our inner line of defense. Yes, there may be ghosts climbing up to the outer walls.
Very well. My rifle hungers for some prey. What? He's gonna attack with a rifle?
Understood. It'll be fun dropping those things into the abyss. A giant was sliced at an angle, split into two parts. I can see the significance of making the Guardians of Badler and Bato, Kinso and Gap. Because, you know, Kinso is like he represents Yoshinomiya family. And Gap is basically the original Golden Witch. A giant was sliced at an angle, split into two parts, and fell to the floor, showering it with filthy dark blood and guts. Splendidly done! I'll let you take the next one. Countless massive goats, which had forced their way in from rooms and windows all across the mansion, wandered about in search of something to chew. Several of the ghosts noticed a group of people huddled around the staircase and lumbered closer. They were pulverized by merciless attacks. Pranav's shields easily halted the charging goats, and Virgilia's magic spears were pinning the giants against the walls. Blanor's and Will's blades were also slicing easily through the goats. The pinpoint strikes of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory could pierce the vitals and finish off any opponent, no matter how large. The Chester sisters were holding their own too. They had blasted enough ghosts to bits with one shot from their high-caliber firearms. They couldn't count the kills with both hands. Given the limited number of opponents, they were more than a match for these ghosts. However, they weren't just up against a crowd, but an entire ocean. It was like a pebble trying to face the approaching waves of a stormy sea. Hurry on that battle replacement. Requesting cover from the Purgatory troops. So you run out of ammo and you're nothing but rabbits. Lame. I don't want to hear that from a bunch of 7 paperweights who can only kill one person at a time, yeah. Yeah, keep them coming. Don't let us get bored. The hall was filled with massive goat corpses. As if in fear of this sight, the goats that came in one after another formed a wall, keeping their distance. Perhaps they think they're no match for us. I wish that were true. But it seems to be little more than wishful thinking. What are those guys doing? They're looking at us and whispering to each other. Apparently, they have the intelligence to talk together and cooperate. The ghosts surrounded them at a distance, whispering. Then, they nodded at each other as though deciding something, and the whole group stirred. What are they doing? It almost looks like they're lining up in a different order. The enemy is changing his formation. It appears that the individuals with greater destructive power are being scattered in the front lines. So what? Let's go. Yes, One-sama. Wait, something's wrong. Lucifer took aim at one of them, going for its forehead. The other 6 sisters followed her lead, trying to pierce vital organs all over the creature's body. However, there was no sound of pierced flesh. The 7 sisters of Purgatory were knocked back, unable to cause even the smallest wounds. What? What just happened? These guys are talking about something. The ghosts kept whispering the same thing, over and over, as they slowly approached the 7 sisters. All of them whispered unanimously. All fantasy is fictional. The 7 sisters of Purgatory are illusions, personifying states for ceremonial sacrifices. They're actually paperweights. As they whispered curses that denied the 7 sisters' existence, the ghosts lumbered closer. Get back, Purgatory troops! We'll cover you! It's time you learned a lesson, goats. The golden bows of the Chester troops mowed down the wall of goats with a shower of bright golden butterflies. Some of the goats were torn to pieces, but some of them seemed completely unaffected. God. Then the goats were uninjured, all whispered as one. Hang on. Let me do that again, because I couldn't hear it. I want to hear it again. It's important.
You gotta be kidding.
There it is. Thank you. They're actually rabbit dolls. 13th may need volume. You know what? I think everything will be solved once we're out of Umineko. Because I think the general problem is that Umineko is really fucking loud. Once we're finished with Umineko, this will probably no longer be a problem. Maria's imagination. Fantasy. Fictional beings. See, these people do not get it. You're right. These people do not get it. The people that are saying this are fucking wrong. Bug, what do you think the Chester sisters are? Would you say they're Maria's imagination? Would you say they're fictional beings? All of the crimes can be explained by mystery. All fantasy is irrelevant. Looks like we've got lots of people who won't accept the existence of magic. And that means no magic attack will have any effect on them. They're guns. That's what I'm saying. That's probably the people who got killed by them still get affected. Time wasters and pacing killers. No, they're funny rabbits. I get it. I get it. There are a bit of time wasters and pacing killers in episode 4. Actually, not really. The goats are much more time wasters and pacing killers in episode 4. Does that mean all of her attacks will be completely useless? Endless 9, yeah. They're really only bad in 3, yeah. If they don't accept that we exist, our attacks can hurt them, yeah. But yeah, that's what I'm getting, Bug. It's like saying the Cheester sisters are actually only guns. Oh shit, wait, and then they just get shot by guns because the Cheesters are guns. So turning them into their true forms does nothing because they're still guns. Is that possible? We'll have to test it. Renault stepped forward, stamped on the floor twice, and a red fire rose up in front of him. The crowd of goats dashed into it with a terrifying force. While some goats were blown away by it, several of them slipped right through the magical barrier. Which one of you non-humans is the bomb? That would help, you're right. I think in many ways Beatrice also represents the bomb. Renov is a creature of magic, a creature of fiction. Genji is Renov's vessel. He's an imaginary version of Genji. Genji would never be gay. I can see that as being a goat opinion. If you don't believe Genji was ever like this, you're a goat to me. Sorry. I see. So even my attacks will not affect some of them. There was no longer any point in Virgilia trying out her magic spear. Now that some of the goats had decided that her existence was fictional, she could no longer hurt them. Even these great demons and great witches, as well as high-level furniture and weapons. Were overcome with fear of the crowd that surrounded them, a crowd that would not be affected by any of their attacks. What are we going to do? We'll keep fighting until the end. You don't have permission to die in battle. Fantasy is all fiction. Fantasy is all fiction. Fantasy is all fiction. I'm super fun at parties. A shriek from one of the goats became a signal for the welcome to break. They pushed forward with gaping mouths and foul breath, each trying to reach their prey first, trying to return these fictional creatures to nothingness. Look out! Virgili leapt in front of and held several of the 7 sisters who had fallen on their butts, overpowered by the ferocity of the approaching goat. However, even Virgilia was a fictional creature to these ghosts. They could chew through her like cotton candy. Madam, quickly! Renaud threw himself at the oncoming goats. Even he would be chewed apart easily. Knowing this, Renaud leapt forward. Even if my magic no longer functions, I'm still the fiercely passionate and loyal man I always was. And furthermore, did you expect that I would simply sit by and watch a lady die? I may be gay, but I still respect women. Renaud is fantasy. Renaud is fantasy. Renaud slammed his right fist into the side of a goat's face. As soon as he pulled it back, he swung his left leg into the goat's butt, then spun around into a reverse roundhouse that caught the goat again. Renaud knew. He could do less damage than a mosquito bite against those who didn't accept his existence. This was the height of an anti-magic defensive power, Endless Nine. Novice fantasy, a fiction, an illusion. The goat swung its log-like fist with a sound like a storm. Renault dodged by a hair. At even an instant slower, that massive arm would have crushed his head like glass.
Renault, stop this! Run!
I, Renault, cannot help but rise to the challenge when I see a lady in a pinch. A bad habit of mine. Renault grinned and tried to act tough. He had always sacrificed all he had. There was nothing he could do here now except become a shield to buy time. He had already chosen to abandon his life with it. For Nobis fantasy, he couldn't exist. He couldn't possibly exist. Illusions do not exist. They do not exist. Yeah. Fantasy is all ridiculous. Ridiculous. The ghosts kept coming, trying to feast on Renault. None had any pretensions of making this a one-on-one fight. Nothing mattered except chewing apart fantasy. Even just the nibble. As they gnashed those ruthless jaws and fangs, they closed in around Renault. Renault would hit something and he stumbled. At the same instant, several massive arms reached out and lifted him up.
Renault-sama! What are you doing, sister? Shoot them!
If that'd do anything, we would have done it already. Yeah. Everyone, please stand back. I should be able to buy you some time as they savor my flesh. However, I think you'll find that Renault has quite a few bones in. An elbow rammed itself into the massive, hideous jaws that were trying to chew Renault's head. Of course, the goat did moan, but that did nothing but deprive just one goat of his right to the first bite of Renault's head. Many jaws opened wide, trying to crush him and throw him down into those heartless stomachs, which would permit no cheerful illusions to exist. I won't accept fantasy. Won't accept. It's possible to explain everything with mystery. Possible. Fantasy is fake. Everything is mystery. All of the many arms that lifted Renault up were sliced off. The seven sisters used this chance to fly forward and grab Renault, dragging him back. Which of you mentioned mystery? Does Lanner's blade work on them? I see. If our foes are calling it a mystery. Blood-red longsword in hand, Lanor slowly walked forward. Behind her walked Will, tapping his back with his black blade. If you don't think this is a fantasy, then let's have your theories. I cannot wait to hear your explanations. Planor, yes! The crowd of goats stepped back. Though they had been so vicious against the illusions, they stepped back when faced with this spear-wielding source of mystery. Oh fuck, they're in the matter problem. They're like, no, it wasn't magic because magic isn't real. Okay, then how did they do it? Well, there have been a great many closed room murders on this game board. Choose whichever you please, and we will parry all of your attacks. No, we don't have to defend anything. Indeed, the purpose of a mystery is to offer a challenge. There is no need for us to play defense. Do you get it yet? They're the ones in the hot seat now. That's right. Planner will never accept half-baked theories. Blue Truth cut the goats apart. The Blue Truth dwelt within each and every one of the riddles from Bato's game so far. What about the closed room with the chain? First game, second Twilights. What about the closed room of the chapel? Second game, first Twilights. What about the trick to killing Nanjo? Third game, ninth Twilights. There was no end to the blades. The countless riddles Beatrice had left behind became blades. Challenges that tore the goats apart. If they wanted to deny fantasy, they would have to make a counter-argument. They would have to deal with every single trick as a mystery. However, while most of the goats call themselves anti-fantasy, they hadn't thought up any answers for the mystery. Though, every now and then, goats with answers did appear. You know which mystery would fucking kill every single goat in this ocean? There's one single mystery that was never ever solved, even in episode 7. The letter in episode 6. Or was it? I think it was. I don't remember it was 5 or... No, it was 5. Episode 5. How did the letter get there in episode 5? How? They never said how they did it. They answered everything except that. How the fuck did they leave the letter in the room? That mystery is even harder to solve than the fucking murders. Someone outside the Ushinomiya family was hiding on the islands, and... Noxus first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early parts of the story. Turnabout for tomorrow would obliterate these guys. There were multiple culprits all working separately, and it just happened to look like a single culprit. Bandine's 12. There must be but one true culprit. You mean everything but that is forbidden? He didn't say it in red. Boring, right? To have a genre like that. Personally, I think mystery should be more flexible. The 10 Nox Commandants and the 20 Bandai roles are behind the times. The definition of the mystery genre should change with the era. And now they get uppity. Perhaps we are behind the times. In that case, let's see if you have any theories you can satisfy us. Come. They're scrub posting now. The whole crowd of goats charge them. They're scrub posting, guys. They're saying the game is bad. They don't wanna engage. It's not their fault that they're losing. The game is just bad. In their fangs, each of them carry theories to crush Bato's closed room. The bodies of these ghosts differed from those who had become corpses so easily. They had mystery-style answers to several closed rooms. So it would take several blade pits to give them a fatal wound. However, Bato had left many blades behind. All of them were exceedingly sharp. So the pair of Inquisitors didn't think this would be a desperate battle. This is a mystery. The goal is to use all your imagination and knowledge to challenge each of the riddles head-on. Is there another one? I mean, I barely know these two. I learned about these two from this visual novel. One of those points they find another one with this kind of racist one in there. Doing so is the greatest pleasure of the mystery genre. So they laughed. Both Will and Glanor laughed, with smiles of admiration at the theories the ghosts had put everything they had into. They countered with plays from all closed rooms. The crowd of goats was no longer an encirclement, but a great wave threatening to swallow the pair up. And yet, the pair repelled the enemy without giving an inch. They resisted firmly, cutting through the wailing goats. It was like an ice-breaking ship knocking a path through a frozen sea. They entered the closed room through a hidden passage that no one else could use, and Nox stirred. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. After the hidden passage was used, it was welded shut and became unusable. So no hidden passages existed at the time of the inspection. Nox 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. That fucking 8th rule, man. Mysteries would be so easy to solve if we didn't have this stupid rule. Why do we need clues to solve a mystery? Who cares? Just let the detective solve it with no clues. It's chill. These are all fake murders, so no one is actually dead. So, all closed rooms were constructed by the so-called victims. Bro! That is not true. The victims are dead. You know this. You're from the future. Banner hesitated for just an instant. After all, this cliched and simple theory managed to get around both Baptist closed rooms and the Nox command. Glanor saw nothingness inside the goat's massive jaws. Oh yeah, this is a Van Dyne rule. And I think a lot of people actually like this Van Dyne rule. It is forbidden to have a crime without a corpse. It doesn't explicitly mean a corpse, but it specifically means if you're gonna have a mystery, somebody has to die. For real. The ghost jaws seemed to close around Glanor's head. However, the upper and lower jaws were no longer connected, so the upper half merely slid off to the side. I guess even the Great Nox forgot to forbid fake murders. There are many splendid mysteries besides murder. That's comedy. That's true, I guess. The goats weren't about to back off and let the pair have a nice, long chat about the mystery genre. The next massive figure immediately enveloped them. Will's blade drew a diagonal slash across its chest. Not everything needs to be a murder to be a mystery? Well, yeah, Blanner just said so. But in this moment, she accepted this rule just to not get killed. Will's blade drew a diagonal slash across its chest, but it only cut through its clothes, leaving no wounds. I mean, for example, the epitaph? That's a mystery, and there's no murder. The clues are kind of bullshit, but it's a mystery. The 20 wedges don't work on this one. Dana also hit it with her longsword. But still, it just cut its clothes without leaving a mark on its body. Well, guys, I just saw a shadow of a bug in the floor. It wasn't a scorpion, and it wasn't a spider, so it was an insect. It had the shape of an insect, probably a cricket. Just cut its clothes without leaving a mark on its body. This goat. A theory that doesn't violate Nox or Van Dyne? Nox and Van Dyne are meaningless. All closed rooms can be explained by a single solution. After all, in an attempt to stop the goat from saying any more, Will and Lan are hit with plates from every closed room, as well as stakes from the 10 Commandments and the 20 Rules. But none of them had any effects. He's gonna hit us with a nihilist approach. Slowly the goat clenched its massive fists together and raised them up high. After all, Will! With a roar, Will slammed into the goat with giant with his body. Though its massive bulk bent back slightly, Will was still leaping into a death trap. However, if he hadn't done so, he wouldn't have been able to protect Lanor. The goat grabbed Will. It lifted him up and held him high in the air. It was like a little kid showing off his favorite toy and waving it around. Let's hear your theory. If I'm to hear a great theory before I die, it'll be a fitting end for a right. Van Dyne and Nox are useless for making theories. The goat's massive hands closed on Will like a vice. All the bones on Will's body were creaking. Let's hear your theory. There is no need for a theory. What? After all, making theories for any of Beatrice's games is a waste. Get this fucker out of here. If I was the other goats, I would be mad at this guy. I would ban this motherfucker from the forums. Who invited this guy? What do you mean? Ugh. This isn't an orthodox mystery, so thinking about it is just a waste of time. I won't accept Beatrice's game as a mystery. There are no answers to the tricks. It's all just an illusion. Thinking is just a waste of time? Will's head was lowered, so his face couldn't be seen. Oh, he's pissed off. However, the arm of the goat holding him was shaking. The embrace of those lock-sized eyes with superhuman strength was being slowly pushed away by Will's shaking arms. Thinking is just a waste of time? You say that, and you call yourself a mystery novel reader? Ugh. The mystery genre is like chivalry. You fight with the noble rules you created, with the pride in the stance you've taken. Is it worth being a coward if it'll help you win? Does losing make the whole fight meaningless if you fought with everything you had? This isn't about winning and losing. It's about applying the will to fight, even in the most dire circumstances. The goat's arms were now spread wide, and it looked as though Will was now the one pushing back. Will's face was covered in shadow and couldn't be seen. People like you, who call themselves mystery readers even though they never even try to solve mysteries. You're the ones I really can't stand. Will slammed his forehead into the goat's now unprotected head. If you call yourself a mystery reader, be proud to join in a battle of wits. If you call yourself a mystery reader, it's about time you realize giving up is nothing to brag about. Will hit it with its head over and over again. His forehead had been torn apart by the goat's fangs, but he had kept on hitting it. Van Dyne and Nox may be behind the times. The mystery genre does progress with time, just like the world around it. However, there is one thing that never changes. That is pride. That is pride. Lucifer. Me? Yeah, you. What is a knight proud of? Not victory. He's proud of his courage, which lets him stand up to anyone without fear. Yeah, like in Sir Gawain and the Green Knights. That screenshot, I lost it, oh well. Will couldn't forget the kind of coward who could turn tail from a fight and then brag about it. People who call themselves mystery readers, but who have no pride, are the only people Will just can't stand. I mean, I did say that's scrub behavior. The goats, unable to put up with this anymore, threw Will down to the floor. Then he lifted his fist again, determined to crush Will to pieces this time. Come, you probably will beat me to a pulp, but that'll be no victory for you. You'll destroy your own pride with your own hands. Pointless. Pointless. This is no mystery, so why make theories? Thinking is just a waste of time. Useless. 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 Die. 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 A fist like a cannonball swinging down towards him was the very last thing Will saw before he shut his eyes. In this game, if you stop thinking, in this game, if you give up, that means you lose, right? Battler smashed his fist into the ghost's mouth, and smashed teeth bounced off the ceiling. Battler-sama. If you stop thinking, means you've given up on the story being a mystery, which means, as far as you're concerned, this game is a fantasy. Oh, true. They should have banned this guy. See, now this guy's fucking the whole operation over. Badler lifted up his arm, realizing that this was a signal. Lucifer and Cheester 00 jumped. If you stop thinking, you don't deserve to be an actor on the stage. Stop trying to sound smart and go eat some popcorn from the stands or something. The girl lifted his fist again, then swung it down at Badler like a hammer. If you've surrendered to fantasy, that just makes you another target, yeah. It's the same as acknowledging that we exist. Begin recognition of hostile elements. Mark all targets vulnerable to magical attacks in our HMDs. Kids who surrender to fantasy get to deal with us. And if you have a theory, we will hear it out. We'll welcome those people with open arms. Out of respect for them, we won't hold anything back. Oh, but it would seem that this is Battler-sama's time to shine. But I'd like to listen to all your favorite theories, both mystery and fantasy. This isn't your game right now. No matter how much your future fragments try to deny us, there's no time for me to be defeated. A golden glint gathered in Battler's hands. It was so bright that the whole hall was bathed in gold. Golden butterflies flitted about as though the whole room was being swallowed up by the golden lands. Battler lifted his golden longsword high. Feel free to challenge Battler's game as a mystery or a fantasy. I welcome it. But I'm not gonna let you deny this final game of mine. Feel ashamed of your indiscretion, of impugning the honor of those who have passed away. A slice of the golden longsword flooded the hall with a sea of golden light. This is like the pitch for the Muso game. Then the whole group of goats clambering about the hall turned into clouds of gold butterflies and scattered. Even so, only about 100 of them had been wiped out. Before long, the massive crowd of goats outside would probably come pouring in. The seal Gertrude and the others are working on will be finished in a bit. Sorry, but I'll have to ask you to hold out here a little longer. Of course, Lord Badler. Otherwise, we wouldn't get to show off. You haven't done anything. You know, you could try fighting just a little. But we're just the MCs. Their excessively blunt refusal drew a few strange smiles. However, it had lessened the tension in the room just a bit. Badler-sama, leave this to us. We won't allow the erosion to proceed any further. Oh, no one of us will be left behind. Of course. We are all precious pieces on Lord Badler's game board. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, the Chister Sister Corps, and everyone else nodded forcefully. Yeah. I'm counting on all of you. We'll definitely protect this final game I made for Anjay. They're managing to hold their ground down below. The door to the Golden Land continues to open slowly. It'll still take some time. That's right. We better start buying some time ourselves. The sea of goats that covered the ground below them was jostling about more and more. By now, even the sea surrounding the island had disappeared. The horizon was gone, and the chewed-up island was now floating on an eerie emptiness like space. The goats that flooded the edges of Rokenjima seemed to be spilling off the sides. Looks like that's it for this Game Boy. As long as there's a Game Master in pieces, the game board can always be laid out again. As long as you have two people together, you can create any sort of thing. True. Where on earth is Anji? Where did you hide that? That's right! The chapel! What's happened to the chapel? It's still there! The chapel looked like a white building floating in the pitch-black sea of ghosts. Yes. But this was strange. There was no way those goats, who consumed everything, would go out of their way to avoid just the chapel. That's where Anji is. Outside the chapel was a sea of goats. Very soon, the earth around the chapel would be eaten away, and it would probably end up floating on nothing. The rampage of the goats, as they devoured everything and recited the tragedy they had imagined, was truly making a lot of noise. However, none of that reached inside the chapel. Anjay finally broke the magic seal on the entrance and stepped inside. The seal was supposed to be unbreakable by anyone. However, in the face of Anjay Beatrice, Witch of Truth, the one who sought the truth and could sweep aside all forces that prevented her from finding it, no barrier was absolute. There it is. A single book, idly locked, rested on the altar. It was the hidden diary that Ushiro Miyaiba had continued to write in, even in her later years. The Book of the Single Truth. It was the one Federine had shown her in the world of 1998. This time, I have the key. I gripped the gold key that sat in my pocket, the key Oni-chan gave me. As I approached the altar, I saw that the Book of the Single Truth was wrapped in a strange bending of the lights. So, this is that seal of the Game Master that Brimpistel talked about. The Book of the Single Truth was sealed in something like a crystal. It was a seal made by the Game Master's authority. This was on a different level than the breakable magic seal in the chapel door. No matter how Anjay used her power as a Witch of Truth, this couldn't be broken by anyone except the Game Master. However, this time, Battler wasn't the only Game Master. So sorry, Oni-chan. Brain Castell is a Game Master too. I just need to take this to her and have her break the seal. Anjay slowly approached the altar. Will Anjay really do as you say? This is my little sister we're talking about, so yeah, probably not. Then what will we do? Looks like we got nothing to go on but brute force. At that moment, a fierce impact hit the pair of them. Beato was flung away, and Battler was sealed inside a massive crystal that extended up to the heavens. Damn, what the hell is this? Battler, what is this? It was a barrier, a massive cage of crystal. Battler was shot inside a crystal cage like a tower, so large that you had to look up to see the top. Bato, I need you to take care of Anjay. What will you do? Can you break free from this all by yourself? From the inside? Is this a closed room barrier? Who could have... There's only one person who challenged me with a closed room. Looks like our final guest has finally arrived. You don't mean... Go on and take care of Anjay. Battler left Battler to handle this on his own and headed for the chapel. Battler took a deep breath, then smiled daringly. I've been waiting for you. Was it boring in that Death of Oblivion place? The answer was a laugh. Yeah, that's right. That laugh is enough. Looks like you're doing well. It wasn't boring. After all, I believed. I'll bet you did. I believe too. Battler flung off the cape of the Territory Lord. It would only get in the way. And it would be a rude way to welcome his final guests. Those dark depths were the perfect place to think up mysteries I could fight you with when we met again. So, this crystal cage is the ring for our duel. A chain deathmatch with nowhere to run. Now that you mention it, we're always fighting over closed rooms with chains. Then let's use that. Make it a real chain deathmatch. I'm prepared. But what about you? I am. I told you, didn't I? I believe too. At the same time, they both brandished their mysteries, sealing the other in a chained closed room. Come, Furo Erika! Entertain me, Battler-chan! Whoa, why is she in the... At the same time, they were both sealed inside a closed room locked with a chain. Of course, it was easy to set and unset the chain from the inside. However, stepping into their opponent's chained room would be difficult. They were fighting to the death with two chained closed rooms at once. There could be no better closed room duel for these two, who had battled with theories concerning chained rooms so often. Furudo Erika committed suicide, died in an accident, died of an illness, died by some reason other than homicide. She is not Battler's destined rival. There is not enough history to make me accept her as a Battler's epilay. I mean, Battler's destined rival is battle. Is the thing. It's battle. Yeah, she's not battle. He likes to play along. Oh my god, that's so mean. I love it. It wasn't a suicide. It wasn't an accidental death. It wasn't a death by illness. I really was killed by you, Battler-san. It was a murder committed by slip poison gas through the crack of the door. Filling the room with water and drowning you. By sucking the oxygen out of the room and making you suffocate. There was no poison gas. There was no drowning. There was no death by suffocation. Closed room murder with poison gas. Death by drowning. Suffocation. Crazy, right? It's funny, isn't it? Good. Oshinomiya Battler committed suicide. He died in an accident. He was killed by an illness. Time for me to test your close room. Red truth. Oshinomiya Battler was stabbed to death. Okay. Consider this. This is how you can interpret the whole relationship between these three. Let's say three. Let's include Battle here. So imagine. What would be a better analogy? Football or... No, I think baseball works a little bit better. Let's say this. Battler and Erika are both batters. They're never meant to face each other directly because neither of them are pitching. The pitcher is Batorice. So in that sense, they're rivals because they're both trying to be better at batting, but they never face each other directly. Because neither of them is making mysteries. They both have to solve it. They're just trying to use different methods to solve the mystery. Let's say the weapon was a knife, stuck right into his back. I got the I guess with the double ellipses. That's how I know I won the argument. Good. And then Battler tries pitching and he sucks. Exactly. Exactly. Nothing beats a classic close room. Then why don't you try it too? I'll take that challenge with red truth. Furudo Erika was stabbed to death. The weapon was a knife stuck right at her back. Interesting. I'll tear your close room to bits. What's this supposed to be? Battler is busy at the moment. I mean, yeah, Erika doesn't know how to make mysteries either. She's the witch of truth. She doesn't know how to lie. She sucks. She sucks at making mysteries. She can only solve them. For now, I shall be your opponent. Bata had sealed the chapel with a closed room barrier. Unless that riddle was smashed with the blue truth, Anji wouldn't be able to leave. After shrugging impatiently, Anji finally faced Bata. This part, oh no. This might be the first time I've fought you directly. Oh, is it now? Very well, let's see what you got. However, Battler isn't here at the moment. When he's not around, I sometimes forget to hold back. What a coincidence. I feel the same. I kill you inside a perfect closed room with windows, doors, and all other methods of entry or exit blocked. Okay, I'll play along with your game. Repeat it. Oh, Anjay, you're already getting it wrong. You're not supposed to say repeat it. That's like meta from 3 episodes ago. The meta has changed so much, Sanjay. We don't do repeats anymore. You have to say a blue statement. And then, you see. We'll set it up so that's... Actually, should we stop here? I mean, it's the 4-hour mark. I started late. This one's probably gonna be another 3 hours, because these chapters are very long. So yeah, maybe I stop on this chapter break. How many chapters did I do this time? Like 2? They were really long. Yeah, I think I might. I think I might just stop here. Yay. I a bit tired. What could this mean? A tire made of bits? What? Sorry, I'm looking at something. I'm not looking at the poll. I'm looking at something else. Thank you for the bit tire. I think that's what's going on. Okay. So we're gonna raid Mata because they're playing Dragon Quest 1. Dragon Warrior, I guess. I presume it's what Dragon Warrior 1. The game where you don't need to tell, where there is a save option and you can talk in several directions. Some true QOL going on. And I needed to see what was the actual stream, because I was like, okay, I'll rate if it's Dragon Quest 1. I am not rating if it's the new HD re-release, because I don't like that one. I don't like the HD remake of DQ1. I don't approve of its choices. That's fine. So let me go over here. Let me go to the loudest fuck ending song. Okay, I made it less loud. Thank you everyone very much for watching and for voting in the poll. The other day I discussed what I was going to do with the results of this poll and why I didn't wait until the end of the episode. So look forward to see what happens with this poll. I might... Well, depends on how things are. I might post this again somewhere or somehow to see if I get any other stragglers in the poll. Should you do the poll like now? I feel like at this point there's nothing that's gonna really change your opinion, so yeah. There's not gonna be any big... Oh, this character is actually awesome now. This character you've hated for like 50 hours is actually awesome now. No, that's not gonna happen. The blunts. Yeah, sorry, no blunts. That happened in episode 5, it's not gonna happen again. They're still out. Damn. There. Who knows? Okay, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for being nice to me. I'll see you next time. I'll see you on Monday. Which, no, I was gonna say with Cheatin'. No, we're done with Cheatin'. I don't know what I'm gonna do on Monday. Anyways, bye. No, no, no.